Тут, звісно, хотілося очікувати бурхливих оплесків. Тим самим можна було б офіційно розпочати другий день нашої з вами роботи. Дякую вам за те, що створили.
Thank you very much for creating this effect of an absolutely full audience. I'd like to congratulate those who survived to the second day. I hope that everyone will fill in by the end of the day. If you are still out there on the terrace, please make your way to the main hall, and we're starting the second day of Graine Ukraine 2025. I think all of you have noticed on this year's slogan, "We make it grain." It may not be quite grammatically correct, but it's quite pointed and understandable for Ukrainian agrarians, because here grain becomes a verb which compels us for action. So I think it's clear to which activities we compel each other. Before we start the first session of today, I'd like to thank the partners of this event who are moving forward in these troubled times together with us and move the markets forward. So, general partners, Atria Brokers. Modern Agri Brokers is an ecosystem of services for the agricultural business, which has been uniting exporters and consumers, providing full range of services and competitive prices in the global market. Ukreeximbank, scale your agricultural business with Ukreeximbank. FAMSAN, leading provider of services for agriculture, animal husbandry, new sources of energy, and much, much more. Official partners, OTP Bank, your reliable financial partner. Prime Grain Oil, where they believe that real value is not just in high-quality products, but in strong partnerships. Logistics Terminal, full cycle logistics for your business. And of course, we'd like to thank the partners Orlivka Reports, Scania, Agrotem, and Agro Partners. Can we please have a round of applause for everyone who took part in organizing and creating the events today and yesterday. While you're still gathering, we're obliged to provide you with some security information. In the case of an air raid alert, let's us hope that this will not be necessary, but if it is, we should quickly move into the shelter, which is located in this building, in the parking, on the -1st floor. Everything is set up to continue our work. It's going to take us a few minutes, and we will continue where we left off. And after we hear the all clear, we will get back up here again. But ignoring air raid alerts is not a good idea. A lot of people in one place in the center of the capital city. So yeah, do not forget about the Viber group as well. You can join it through this QR code. If you didn't join yet, please do, because there can be you can find some relevant information there, and well, you can keep in touch with your colleagues in the market, or maybe new friends you've made along the way. So 10 more seconds for the QR code, and we will continue. Once again, today, as well as yesterday, there will be some panels on the stage in English. Mostly it will be in Ukrainian, but still, if you need it, please take a headset. You should probably do this, because the first discussion today may help to have simultaneous translation equipment. It's there by the stairs. Today is the second, but also the last day of the conference. You can find your accounting documents, letters of certificates for business trips if you left them. Please do not forget to resolve all of the issues at the reception desk during the break or whenever you have the time. I'm sure that mostly you're here. I was stretching the time as much as possible. Are you ready? Please confirm your readiness with applause. Super. All right, we are gonna start with the first session, which is called the oil panel, or the oil seeds panel, rather. And now we will have a very interesting discussion, which a lot of you were waiting for, about business on the crossroads of war and European integration, about challenges and opportunities for the Ukrainian oil seeds market. And I'm glad that we can hear the opinions of the person who knows this market very well, knows all of the nitty-gritties, may share some life hacks in regards to this. So, with your applause, I'd like to invite Bjorn Stendal, General Director of Graine AG Ukraine. And this discussion will be moderated by Alexandra Commissioner, co-publisher of Latifundist Media and founder of the Cultivare educational platform.
Hello, everyone. Любі друзі, вітаю вас.
Dear friends, I'd like to welcome you from the entire team of Latifundist Media.
All of you delegates, you're the fighters at the grain front against the Moskale. I'm happy to see you here.
So, people say that you are a godfather to a couple of generations of Ukrainian traders. You graduated from Hamburg University, then you spent a decade in Singapore, and then 3 decades in Ukraine. You led the top trading companies such as Alfred Topfer, Viterra, Allseeds, and now Getreidege. And you saw all the changes on Ukrainian trading market. So could you please give us a brief overview of how landscape changed through these years, and what's the impact of war on it?
I mean, first of all, I'd like to correct you because before I came to Ukraine, I was 5 years spending in Singapore and was actually dealing with most of the consumers of what we are producing here. And with that, I got a good insight what is needed. I came out of a booming and growing economic back into a country which in '95, when I arrived here, was actually not yet anywhere of where we are now. So I pretty much pretty quick saw the opportunities of this country coming out of Schleswig-Holstein, where a field is, when it's big, 10 hectares, and looking at the fields here, it was obvious that the agriculture with this super soil should be pushed forward, and it would be the only area where you could produce the crops which the world needs. Ukraine in full production is needed to feed the world population.
Okay, and talking about the Ukrainian landscape of trading market before war and now over 3 years of war, how could you describe the changes, if any?
I mean, the start here was a lack of capital for the main producers. And this continued that with the lack of capital and with the lack of financials, all our big producers concentrated on their core business. So it developed this trader structure of the big multinationals which were capable to pay quick money and had cheap money, which our producers didn't have. So the producers were profitable and developing. Here came the war. All of a sudden, the trader structures, and I have to say it so hard, the big ABCDs abandoned us and let us stand in the rain here, because nobody cared about the producers anymore. They just made their way out and tried to save their ass. Okay? So it came to the point that we had huge structures and a lot of producers which didn't know where to bring their goods because they have been only thinking about production and not about marketing it. So they were happily selling, and they could do it for cash every day to the ABCDs on CPT. Now they were standing with their crops, the oil tanks were filling, the grain elevators were full, and they didn't know what to do. So at that time, I mean, I was joining MHP to help my friend Mr. Kusyuk to find new ways and new export possibilities, especially during the period when the ports were closed. We started to develop the green border trade, which at that time, before the war, was hardly existing. A lot of investments took place at the border places, and we have today alternatives to be prepared for any actions which maybe the aggressor will take again in the Black Sea, and we are still able to move at least the majority of the crops out to the end receivers.
Thank you. And coming back to the latest news, a couple of days ago we knew about the deal between the Emirate company Altara and Getreide AG with a volume starting 100 till 500,000 tons. And that's great, my congratulations. And actually, that's not an easy time for entering the market, and that's a challenge, maybe even for Getreide AG. How you approach this challenge, and behind this deal, which opportunities you can show to Ukrainian producers connected to the new markets?
You know, during the war, as I said, a lot of the big producers have been not happy how they were treated when the war started. So they will not return fully to the old trade of selling their commodities on CPT. The majority of the sizable farms which are able to, or agro holdings, which are able to market their own products, they're trying to link up with the end receiver. In this respect, I mean, our Getreide AG, Rostock Power Oil, which is one of the largest factories in Europe with 1.3 million tons of crush, is an end receiver. We are bringing the Ukrainian oil directly into the supermarkets for human consumption. Our factory is not really a biodiesel oil producer, but it is a quality-focused factory which is delivering the Lidls, the Metros, the Homans of the world, and the stuff is ending in the shelf. So the approach of finding these end receivers and bringing the producers together, which it's a stolen command from Chumak, I have to say that, from the field to the table is actually the future for the majority or for the big agro holdings. So with that, we started to search further possibilities to connect Ukrainian producers with end receivers. Aldacha itself is as well a producer in Romania with large farming, but they have, which is not widely known, but they have a number of relations and direct accesses to producers in the Middle East and in the Far East, which are the direct end consumers of wheat, barley, and corn. So that's why it was for me and relation out of old companies. The CEO there is an ex-Töpfer man. We call it the Töpfer Mafia. So we were finding quickly common language because this gentleman was trading as well many years here. The company was not willing yet to enter during wartime Ukraine directly. We were here, so we teamed up. So it is an exclusive relationship, and I like to thrill that it's not a brokerage or whatever. We are representing exclusive Aldacha in Ukraine in the same way as we are presenting here exclusive Getreide AG and Rostock Power Oil, and we are exclusive representing Astra for the oils. So basically we have chosen principals with whom we are working for certain commodities. Aldacha is an exclusive partner for wheat, barley and corn. Astra is for the oils. and Getreide AG is for the rest, let's put it that way. Means all seeds, whatever is exportable, niche products, etc. So we are acting as an...
Okay. And yesterday, from this scene, we heard pretty much about perception of Ukrainian grains and Ukrainian agri-products in the world and in Europe, namely. And we hear voices of farmers and associations, but we hear less from processors. And actually, how did the perception of our products in the world change? And is actually Europe waiting our rapeseed oil, and or processors will actually oppose to that?
Of course, there is a developed processing industry in Europe, and let's be honest, the processing industry in Ukraine is specialized on sunflower seeds. Most of the factories have been built for that and not for rapeseed. So that's why the results in the crush at the end of the day are better in sunnies than in rapeseed. While a lot of factories in Europe, for example, our plant is only crushing rapeseed and only crushing non-GMO rapeseed. Because, I mean, contamination in the lines, etc., is a no-go when you go into the shelves of the supermarket. And if you deal with the multinational guys there. There is underlying interest of end producers as well in other oil products out of Ukraine, but there is still a fear of language barrier, the war in Ukraine, understandable, and unfortunately when one deal doesn't work, it is, yeah, it was Ukraine. So there is our function that we are giving the end receivers as well the comfort, that we are presenting whom we are dealing with. I mean, I proudly can say that in the last 3.5 years, our company had no default out of Ukraine, because we were as well dealing and selecting the right partners which are reliable, which are Western standard, and which you can really do good and long-term business, where there's no cheating happening, where nobody will start mixing oils under the product which you are buying, or where people deliver you the right quality in the raw material.
Yeah, and actually I think that you have like 6 cents for good people, good deals, and bad as well. And maybe you even read some thoughts, because that was one of my questions. Actually, there are some differences between Ukrainian business culture and European and the world business culture. Could you please explain the main differences between Ukrainian and European business culture, and how it affects actually the willingness to work with our producers and our traders?
Good, the market has changed in the course of all these years, why I'm here, tremendously. Let's be clear, at the beginning when you wanted to do a business, you had to bring 2 livers to the table, I mean, in order to do the deal. This culture has luckily changed much more to cultivated, educated trading. If you look here in the audience, you can see a lot of young, highly qualified people which have gone as well, many through my hand of teaching in all the course of the companies I was working with. And with that, we have transferred culture, not only from Europe to Ukraine, but as well from Ukraine to Europe. A lot of people which are today sitting in management positions in the places in Europe are people which have gone through the hardship with me in Ukraine. They had to travel with me. So they have seen it all, and they know what they have to expect. And these people are very open-minded. They have touched the open heart of the Ukrainian producers, which this friendliness is different here than it is in Europe.
Thank you. And actually, speaking about the teams, My next question was about actually the lessons which we should still learn from European trading teams, and in which cases our trading teams can be a good role model for them, because we have definitely different challenges.
You know, when you ask me what Ukraine can learn from Europe, I mean, I have very hard time to think of that, because, you know, the people which I was allowed to deal with and which I'm dealing with are all sometimes highly more educated in the sphere of their business, which they have. We are learning at the moment as Ukrainian companies more the culture of where we deliver the goods. And there the Ukrainian counterparts are adopting, but they're adopting fast. Because, I mean, we have very highly educated young people which are traveling, you know, this openness to learn and the wish to learn is here partly much higher than in Europe. We are working here 24/7 as well, especially thanks to this wonderful war which we have, because we have to work to survive. While in Europe, people are discussing 4 days working week, etc., and want to more relax than do the job. So I'm much more happy to be here, honestly, to work target orientated, and we have not to hide our abilities anymore. Ukraine is highly educated people with good results in what we are delivering.
Okay, and coming back to the business, you're representing one of the biggest German processors for rapeseed, and you told me that hardly a small part of your resources are from Ukraine. But anyway, currently we hear some talks and some proposals to put restrictions or tax Ukrainian rapeseed export in future, although we are not expected to have a huge surplus. But anyway, how do you treat that?
And you're talking about that the EU is putting restriction or Ukraine is putting restrictions?
Let's start from Ukraine putting restrictions.
You know, export duties on rapeseed on an industry which is specialized in sunflower seeds is only a hidden subsidy, again, for little producers which are there. We should not forget one thing. The rapeseed oil is having a discount against sunflower oil. So you have a certain impurity in the contract terms which are allowed. So our rapeseed oil, which we would crush here in the majority, would be used by the sunflower seed crusher to mix it under the sunflower oil and to increase their margins. So plus taking a 5% or 10% extra export duty will be taking it not from the end receiver in Europe in the oil, but taking it from the farmers. So it's a hidden subsidy. I am in general, and I was always against restrictions and duties, because it's not good for free trade and developing. So, because if somebody is subsidized, I mean, he stops development. I don't see any restrictions of imports into Europe. There will be driven from the farmer sections, etc. There will be first introduced back this TRQ licenses for corn and wheat. So, but there will be no restrictions on the oilseed sector, like it has not been before. So.
Thank you. And coming back to the integration to the EU process, it's a huge, big topic, maybe not for 7 minutes left, but anyway, there are some things which are possible and reasonable, which Ukraine which should happen at this process. Could you please share your view, how you view it, and maybe what is the part of your strategy about this topic?
You know, basically in the area where we are working, we are helping already the farming sector to integrate. You know, if you want to market your products into Europe, you have to obey the rules of the end receivers there. Sorry, I can't change it. You know, if there's a certain chemical or pesticide not allowed, don't use it if you want to bring your commodities there. Because if it will be found, your stuff is worth nothing. Okay? So that's why we are constantly updating with newsletters, actually, our farmers, our counterparts about development and new rules and restriction. If there's changes of the points and quality restrictions, etc., etc. So with that, we are integrating already into the rules of the EU. Okay? So, and developing in that direction.
Thank you. And what about the rules for certification of products of issues crossing the border? How do you see it now? Is it sufficiently managed, or there should be some improvements there?
Improvement we always wish, huh? Because I mean it remains that our pomochniki are sometimes big trouble, and there's coming points up which are unnecessary and which are costing all of us in the chain money. But a lot of things have been smoothened out, and with constant talks as well to our agriculture ministries and to the people on the spot, which is most of the time much more useful to talk to them and to try to assist them to smoothen out with their counterparts on the border on the other side. It takes away the problems.
Just before this conversation, you told me, well, something is interesting is always happening in the market. Let's try to share with the audience what's interesting you find now.
Now what, you know, actually everything is interesting. You know, we are in a challenging world. We should not be depressed. This is my message to all of you. I mean, the bottle is not half empty, but the bottle is half full. Okay? We have to cope with that. I mean, I look at the very young generation. I have a daughter, 17 years, how she is adopting to the situation which we have with constant trivogas, etc., etc. I'm on her nerves because I'm more careful, and she said, Papa, don't be my nerves. It is rockets. It comes, it hits, then it's bad luck. Otherwise, we have to continue. We have to continue our life. And I mean, this is a message today on this conference to all of you. We are doing fine. We have to resist. We have to resist the evil, and the good will win. Okay? We are all at the front line, the backbone of the country. You are the ones which are giving us the strength to withstand this idiot in Moscow. So, and I want to send you all away here, motivated. Go back, do your job, then Ukraine will survive. And we together, we can make it. No matter what obstacles come, take the obstacles. Don't cry about them, okay? Every hurdle is a step forward. And we are all educated, smart, young, and we want to keep this country together. That's why we have to overcome all the obstacles. And there are certain things which we can't change. We have to adopt to the changes. That is a message.
Thank you. Thank you. And also from this scene yesterday, we heard about pros and contrast of resource-based economy of Ukraine in terms of agriculture, and we understand that the bigger margin is about internal production. But we also understand that this model, which we have now, is our strength, actually. So when you just told about use your strength, stand it, could you please comment a bit on how this strength we can use now and how we can move forward for the bigger margin, actually?
You know, to be honest, the biggest margins are done in the farming sector at the moment. I don't see any unhappy face with any farmer. They are the ones which are making the margins. They are as well taking the risk to put the money back into the soil, and that's why they deserve it. In the chain, the margins are getting thinner and thinner, and by farmers going directly to the end receivers, they are taking out the margins of the middleman, and the margins are going into their pocket. This is it then. Where we have chance to increase is more efficiency in the production, you know, so basically fine-tuning. But, you know, there Ukraine was given a huge opportunity with one of the best soils in the world and the size of the farms. You know, you can do efficient farming here. I don't see it anywhere in the world. I mean, there's fields in other countries which are as big as yours, but the soil quality is not by far coming to the black soil content of Ukraine. So you have got a huge gift which was given to you. Make use out of that. But treat the soil with the new technologies which are there, that they are not ending up like in America. You know, in America, certain soil is white in the meantime, which was before black because of industrial cultivation in the maximum possibility. You have to do that wise and leave as well something for the next generation. So this is actually where we come to the point that all these environmental stories come and play a very important role. So, and not only the profit margin should play a role, but I mean, intelligent and long-term thought of how to manage your soil resources which you have been given here.
Thank you. And my last comment for today is that I see that those 30 years here has changed your DNA for Ukrainian twist a bit. I'm very grateful for your experience, your courage, and you being here and for choosing Ukraine your home.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. Stay on stage just for a moment to commemorate this moment for all the times. Yeah, it's our traditional small photo set. Give a huge round of applause to Bjorn and Alexandra. Thank you so much. Дякуємо.
Thank you. We will be moving on according to our agenda for today. And even though the next speaker, Thomas Mieke, chief editor of Oil World and CEO of Vista Milke, couldn't join us in person, he couldn't just stay aside and prepared a special video addressed to us. Thomas Milke is a recognized expert in oil seeds, whose Oil World company is providing independent analytical reviews and predictions on worldwide oilseed trade. And I suggest now we listen to this video, but it's almost like a full participation in this in the event. So let us watch his video where he shares his knowledge on oilseeds cultures.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be with you today and share our views about the global supply, demand and price outlook. I have to be brief today, and I will share with you some of the key findings of the just released yearbook, the Oil World Annual. My company, Vista Milke, International Statistical Agricultural Information. We analyze the global market since 1958, for more than 60 years. I'm proud to be the leader of a dedicated team of analysts. Nobody is involved in trading. We want to be unbiased, provide unbiased information in our daily, weekly, and monthly publications. Markets are faced with several new major challenges, new geopolitical developments, implementation of high taxes, which are changing trade flows. This is nothing new, but it's getting more extreme and very difficult to trade. Another issue our market is challenged with the severe production problems in palm oil. Palm has a structural production problem. The growth rates are slowing down significantly. This is a major change, and it provides opportunities for rapeseed and sunflower seed producers also in your area, in the Black Sea region. And also changes in biofuels. Lacking support from consumers and governments, has world production already peaked? World production of biodiesel? The global market of 17 oils and fats, rapid increase over the past 30 years, consumption volume almost trebling. Soybean oil and palm oil are the price leaders. They account for 56% of world consumption. Over the past 30 years, soya and palm have been a perfect fix. Palm provided the oil, soya provided mainly the meal. But this is now breaking apart. Palm oil growth is slowing down. We are facing a global production shortage in oils and fats unless world production of high oil yielding oilseeds are increased sizably. Very strong demand growth over the past couple of years. The challenge in the years ahead is to raise yields to produce sufficient supplies in good quality at reasonable prices in a sustainable way. Average annual growth has been very high at 6 million tons per annum over the past 5 years. Today, approximately 20% of world consumption is used for biofuels. Problems in palm. This is the palm tree, a typical high oil yielding palm tree. But there are less and less. Yields are declining. Acreage is shrinking in Malaysia. New acreage growth is slowing down significantly in Indonesia. World exports of palm have declined since 2019. They again continue to decline in the current season. They will be down this season by approximately 7.5 million tons from their peak. This is a big change, and the other vegetable oils have big difficulties in offsetting this. In the current season, 2024-25, the global market is facing a production deficit in vegetable oils. World production increased only by 1.8 million tons in the current season. Trade is declining in the second consecutive year. Consumption is rising very, very slightly, very slowly by only 0.6 million tons. High prices have triggered demand rationing primarily in the biofuel sector. World biodiesel production is probably declining by 3 to 4 million tons in calendar year 2025. Big change. Booming soybean crushings worldwide could not prevent a production shortage. Now, what is important to know, stocks of oils and fats have declined. For the 8 major vegetable oils, very obvious, a second consecutive decline in stocks in the current season, which is going to be a burden for next season. Update for the current season. World production growth, as I said, very small at only 1.8 million ton growth compared with an increase of 5 million tons last season and even 9.5 million tons in 2022-23. Big decline in sunflower oil, 2.7 million tons in sunflower oil production, and a significant decline by 2.5 million tons in world exports of sunflower oil. Soybean oil would partly compensate the shortage in sun oil and the decline in rapeseed oil, and also the decline in palm oil exports, but only to some extent. Ample world soybean supplies, booming soybean crushings, and as a result of that, we have seen considerable growth in soya oil consumption driven by attractive prices throughout most of this season. There will be record stocks of soybeans at the end of August this year, primarily in Brazil and Argentina. Export supplies will continue to rise for the full calendar year. Of course, we have to watch what will China take, and how will the trade war between the US and China develop in coming months. The current outlook for 2025-26 points to another global production surplus in soybeans, despite a smaller crop in the US. Soybean prices are likely to be relatively weak in coming months unless weather deteriorates in North America in June, July, or August. Now, let's briefly look at sunflower seed. World production of sunflower seed is forecast to recover sharply by 5 to 6 million tons in 2025-26, probably reaching a record 60.6 million tons worldwide. Farmers have expanded sunflower plantings at the expense of other crops in several countries. Of course, we still have weather uncertainties, but if weather holds quite well, we think that we should see a record crop in Russia of 19.1 million tons, which includes the occupied territories. Ukraine, 14 million tons. This is our estimate if weather cooperates. Another big crop in Argentina, likely in early 2026, after the very big crop which has just been harvested early this year. For the European Union, a big crop is developing. Romania, we may still be a bit too low with our sunflower seed crop estimate for Romania of 2.3 million tons. Overall, considerable supply pressure, also because of large stocks carried over in Bulgaria. Prices have started to weaken considerably for new crop positions. Crush margins have improved. We expect sizably rising sunflower seed crushings from September onward, and a big increase in sunflower seed crushings, probably by 4 million tons next season. Sun oil will be able to expand its market share with an export growth likely of 1.5 million tons. Sun oil prices likely to move into a discount to rapeseed oil probably also soybean oil when new crop supplies move. For rapeseed, a recovery in production in the European Union and in Russia. Further growth in Russia, European Union, some problems at the moment still because of too dry soil moisture supplies, but we expect a good recovery to slightly above 19 million tons. World production, however, will recover by only 2.2 million tons, according to our current forecasts next season, still staying below what was produced 2 and 3 years earlier. It's worth noting that plantings in the 3 major exporters of rapeseed and canola, that plantings in Canada, Australia, and Ukraine are falling to a 4-year low in the current year. This is likely to curb production, and this is likely to keep world production comparatively low for rapeseed and canola. World stocks at the start of next season, world rapeseed and canola stocks will be relatively small, and therefore world supplies will not increase next season. Therefore, crushings will at best stagnate and probably decline, crushings of rapeseed. We therefore expect rapeseed prices to be at a premium to sunflower seed, at least in the first half of next season. This brings me to the end of my very short presentation, but if you need any additional information, please feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas Milke. Thank you for joining us in this format. Hope next year he'll be able to join us in person. But anyway, thank you for his expertise, for his engagement, for his support of Ukrainian market. Indeed, his voice is one of the most important, most influential in the international analytics of the oil culture. We appreciate the support. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move forward. This stage is getting ready for the panel discussion. The challenge in the decarbonization world. We'll talk about the tariff tension and reaction and the margin oil seeds processing. I'd like to remind you that today, as well as yesterday, we're to collect donations for Superhuman Center, the center which helps the combatants of different areas. This is free for the patients, and most of them are our defenders. So any contribution in this process is welcome. The QR code is on the screen. So can make your donation today. Thank you. Now we're going to have the panel discussion. Challenge instant globalization world for Ukraine oilseeds, the tariff change and the logistics. I already made some announcement. Here I'm going to switch into English. Get your device ready because this panel would be most.
Gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome on stage first our moderator of this panel. Please welcome Jonathan Graine, partner of Sunstone Brokers. Yeah, and now please welcome our panelist, Shamil Hakirov, Commercial Director of the Oil Extraction Plant at Delta Wilmer, Ukraine. Yuri Sharapayev, Director of Prime Grain Oil. And Peter Vrins, Head of Trade at All Seeds. So, Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Welcome to the Oilseeds panel. I have three distinguished colleagues to go through various issues. We'll get straight into it. Thomas has just given us a very nice summary of what he sees to be is going to happen in the world of oilseeds, and a little bit like we kind of expected is the big changes that we're going to see in the coming year is all going well with weather, and let's not talk about tariffs, but in general, the global supply and demand will mean significantly increased availabilities of soybeans and potentially crush, especially in Argentina. There was actually news this morning that the largest crusher in Argentina that went bust 3 years ago is looking like they have found a savior, so that will come back online potentially in the next couple of months. We've seen that there potentially is significantly increased availabilities of sun seeds, and then that rapeseeds will improve, but nothing very dramatic, and that the big question on the supply side is whether palm oil continues to stagnate, which is most likely, so that we don't have, with the exception of sun seeds and potentially some soybeans, we don't have any significantly increase in global supply of oil seeds. The contrarian side is, of course, what happens on biofuels, and that is anybody's guess. As we've already seen in the last 3 weeks, the volatility in soybean oil in Chicago has been enormous, and as recently as last night, yet another announcement from the US administration about what they may or may not do caused soybean oil at one point last night to go down another $30, $40 a ton. So it is extremely volatile and extremely difficult to realize. One question that I have been asked, I think 10 times since I've been here yesterday, was what is going to happen, and this is the starting question that everybody has asked, is what is going to happen to the sunseed on specifically sun oil inverse? The price difference between June and July, let's call it June and July, and October, November, in global sun oil is about $100 a ton, although actually it's fading in the last few hours, literally. But let's say it's $100 a ton, and the new crop price of sun oil relative to palm oil and relative to soybean oil on a FOB-to-FOB basis is about a $50, $60 premium. I'm going to ask my colleagues now to try and give a view of what they think of, first of all, the inverse, which is very significant, and then secondly, does the premium of sun oil of, let's call it $60 a ton for the new crop availabilities remain justified after what Thomas has told us about crops? So, starting with the man on my left.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I also have been asked this yesterday several times. Looks like it's a hot topic, obviously. So, my opinion on this is the following. Obviously, we see the inverse on oil side, yeah? OND versus JAS, his difference is roughly $100, $110. But in terms of seeds price, given current prices of sun seeds and forward prices, in terms of inverse, I think the following, that we will see inverse impact on sun seeds price based on oil differences, $45, just mathematically. And on top of that, we should take into account that most of the plants in Ukraine right now are working in a negative crush margin. Yeah? Basically, we are at the point when we don't always cover our fixed cost on top of variables costs. This is a big issue which we have been facing for several months already. So I think that in inverse, in seeds prices, it will be difference in crush margin in terms of bringing it at least to zero net, and there should be something we should make. Yeah? So I expect the inverse of sun seeds, real inverse, should be close to $80, maybe $90 versus the current sun seeds prices.
Okay, let's keep going.
Да, доброго дня всім.
This year, for the majority of traders, producers, is not very marginal. If we look at the price June, July, we see for oil, we can see it at that level. Speak about the new harvest, it's probably too early, but as if we can the demand for September, October, we think about $1,000. This is future forwards.
What? Oh, sorry. Hearing myself twice. What do you think of the forward price of sun oil relative to other oils if we do get this 6 million ton bigger crop around the world, specific of which at least 3 or 4 million tons could be in the Black Sea, including Romania, Bulgaria?
If we look at the statistics for the recent 10 years, we saw rather high demand and fluctuation and price formation, but anyway, now it's too premature to provide any analysis.
Idea.
Well, I think the inverse in the market is simply a readjustment of the price of the sun oil versus the palm oil, the bean oil, and the rape oil. So basically, when you reach a price of, let's say, 10.90 for the OND period, it's because it's pretty much linked to the rape oil you're going to get in Europe and the palm oil and bean oil you're going to get in India. So it's purely a readjustment of a market that is looking for supply on the spot, which creates an inverse, and oversupplied market for the new crop. So I would expect the inverse to disappear. Now, whether will it be a new crop that increase or a spot that decrease, it's probably going to be a combination of everything. We already see traders trying to sell the new crop with old crop prices by hoping to purchase cheap seeds in August, September. So it's going to be a combination of both.
Okay, fair comment. And I think the other thing that we've seen, which is that the farmer has been a very strong holder of seed in general, both soft seeds, specifically soft seeds, rape and sun. And we do know that in Russia, because of this retention, but also the very strong ruble, farmers are probably holding a large amount of seed. And there's going to be a big question as to whether in the month of July, they panic when they realize that the bid for new crop could be potentially significantly lower, and we actually get a flush of seed movement coming out in the next couple of months. And interestingly, we're already seeing literally this week Russian offers coming into the Mediterranean, whether it's Turkey or Egypt, supposedly already down as low as under 170. So we've already seen probably a $25 decline. I would like to probably just touch on the very delicate subject, and I'm confronted with 2 crushers and 1 trader, is everybody, we had a very long discussion at the Trend and Hedge Club on Wednesday night about export taxes, and I was just more interested in what is the reality of if there was to be an export tax on rapeseed for Ukraine, would that dramatically change the rate of crush? Because everybody in Ukraine has spoken about the miraculous volumes of crush that we're going to achieve on rapeseed for 10 years, and I think there's only 1 year where it actually ever actually was arrived. So I would ask everybody to have a little bit of an input on what is the true potential of crushing capacity for rapeseed if there was, let's say, a small incentive or maybe a big incentive with some sort of export tax?
Basically, I believe that in Ukraine we will be able to absorb the whole production of rapeseeds in terms of crushing. We have enough capacities and we have enough multi-seeds plants which are able to switch in a timely manner to rapeseeds. Some of them are able to work on soybeans also. But still, given the average crop of like 3.5 million tons of rapeseeds annually, in case of some kind of export duty or export quota, this could be a very convenient bridge for the crush in period of July, August, September for a transitioning from old crop sunseeds through new crop rapeseeds to new crop sunseeds. So I don't think that we will face any kind of shortage of crushing capacity here in case we have access to the raw materials, to rapeseeds. Now, we as crushers, we competing with exporters, with mostly ABCDs, which are exporting rapeseeds to Europe, and we don't have actually much competitive advantage here over there. And I believe that anything which adds to our domestic availability of rapeseeds or any basically oil seeds will contribute to crush tremendously. I mean, crush in Ukraine.
Very clear. Yuri, do you have a view on export taxes as a trader?
Ну, давайте будемо відверті.
Well, let's be frank. Any new taxation will be reflected on the cost of the goods, the factor cost, and depending on how the rapeseed will increase for the producers, it's a big question. For crush producers this season, nobody saw a margin, unfortunately. So this is conducive to access to a large amount of goods. So I think that's the main issue here.
So what you're saying is to be competitive on a crush margin, the crushers need a little bit of help.
Yes. Basically, it's not only a matter of just plain economy, it's also logistics there, when exporters have very developed supply chains. They have worked out the logistics a long time ago, many years ago. They take in big vessels, they take in certain risks, and they have guaranteed demand for their rapeseeds, which they export basically to their companies, big companies. We, as crushers, we have to do all the scope of work. We have to find home for the produce. We have to organize the competitive logistics. And especially now during the wartime, it's kind of risky to gather, let's say, like Panamax of oil and Panamax of meal. So we don't have any competitive advantage here. Our risks are higher. Will the crush margin or overall the margin of this business, in best cases, just stays the same. So, if I just take an example, sunseeds market, we have this export duty for like non-EU countries, which has been there for many years already, and as a result, we have a sprawling industry in Ukraine of oilseeds crush, and this is due to a duty which has been for sunseeds for years.
Peter, as a crusher who has been very successful in finding destinations such as China, if you did have this advantage of an export tax, do you think it would be relatively easy to find, a little bit like was just implied, big boat demand for rapeseed meal into Asia?
Well, the rapeseeds complex work very well today when China is here, to be honest, buying the rape oil, and you're able to dump the rape meal into Spain and Israel. As my colleague just rightly said, we don't have a competitive advantage. In fact, we are disadvantaged because today you do an Andy to Europe at $35, while you're going to do an oil vessel at 80. So we are not able to compete with European. To back on your question of Europe, are we able to do Panamax to China? I doubt so for the moment, because containers are too much competitive. As for Panamax, there is a need of China to approve us first. So it will remain, the protein leg will remain a Mediterranean product for a while. Yes.
Yeah, very good point about this certification, because we're seeing it just very slowly, by product, before actually you get the qualification for Chinese supply. And also, very interestingly, rather ironically, Peter has made a very good point on containers, which rates have, I would say, collapsed. Supposedly, Maersk is now offering rates out of Ukraine into Asia that are as cheap as they've been in the last 10 years. And guess why? US tariffs have collapsed the movement of goods in containers from China, and they're all looking for ways to get back to China out of Europe because the switch of the movement. Just coming back a little bit to sunseeds, because the farmers, we say, are very rich. Is there, and yesterday I touched on the idea that in Brazil, or specifically Brazil, but in general in soybeans, there is a chance, if we get very good crops, that we actually have to go down to prices that are a disincentive for farmers to actually grow. And obviously the first step is, do you use yet less fertilizer? Do you use less inputs? Do you plant lower areas? Is there a price anywhere near here that farmers start saying that they are fed up with the low prices of sunseeds, or are we still well away from discouraging any sort of plantings and growth of sunseed areas?
In the current situation, obviously, it's not a question of the day. Yeah, prices for sunseeds are very high, and farmers enjoy good profitability on that type of product. And I don't think that this situation will change much. At least, I'm not talking about destinations. Anything can happen. We see a lot of political factors like Trump tariff, for example. But if we're talking about domestic, we are in deficit. We have deficit of crush capacities. We have deficit of raw material. So it naturally makes crushers hungry for this type of raw material. So honestly, I don't expect that in near future. Maybe something, if something happens like on destinations, some, I don't know, huge boost of other oil type production, which I don't honestly see which can be coming from. But domestically, we have a lot of capacities which needs to be maintained, needs to be run. And I don't believe that crushers will ease their fight for the sunseeds. They're a matter of their survival. So we will see the aggressive pricing on sunseeds, I'm pretty sure, for the next season. And I don't believe that farmers will see the prices, which basically gives pressure to the economy, to the PNL.
Yuri?
I also hope that farmers will continue to grow sunseeds, because looking at this season, which is approaching its conclusion, the last culture which farmer wants to say goodbye to is the sunflower. So I hope that the price will keep increasing. But there's still the question if the price and the margin will be present with the processor, considering all of the agreements which you made, the price of buying sunflower and selling the oil, the logistics prices, all of these factors influence the basic price for the producer. So this is not very relevant to the producer of processed goods.
Peter, plenty of sun seeds.
Well, we'll see about that, but yeah, let's hope. I mean, and I think it's important to note that an industry, when everybody of the chain is actually making money, from the farmer to the crusher, trader, consumer, it's a sustainable way of growing a market. This year, unfortunately, it was not for the crusher. We need to reach a point where the farmer cover his costs, make money, have some incentive as well. The crusher can make a good living, and the consumer don't feel squeezed like he actually does today in sun oil. Because this year will destroy some consumption next year. We're gonna have the old Western door coming back to our nose, most likely. So every step, and this is important, I don't know if the seed's gonna go up or down for next year, but it's important to keep every part of the chain happy to have like a sustainable growth for the industry of sun oil.
Yeah, I think that's an extremely good point, that the lack of sun seeds and sun oil in the world in the last 8 months has definitely significantly eroded demand, and it will be the role of the job when there's a bigger crop to buy back some of that demand. And it takes me to my next question, which was in the two major swing factors in demand of sun oil are actually India and China. And so I'm going to just ask everybody, and we're fortunate enough to have a representative of Wilmar, one of the biggest companies in China, who can maybe explain a little bit to us. But what is very important to understand is that, for example, in India, there is a base load inelastic demand. As you all know, I'm sure, sun oil is a very specific commodity. There is a base load inelastic global demand that does not move irrelevant of price. And so you can have a $200 premium, and there are buyers around the world who will take sun oil. But there is a large percentage, and India is the best example of this, where in India the demand can vary from 150 to 175,000 tons a month at very high prices. And if sun oil goes to a discount, specifically to palm oil and soybean oil, that demand can go from 150 to 300,000 tons a month. So there is this amazing capacity for the market to compensate. But what I think is more important, and I want to ask the panelists, is what they think of China, because actually the parity for importing oil to China for the last few months has been very tough, and so it's difficult to see that there will be a significant player in the oil markets for the foreseeable 3 or 4 months.
Yes, there is difficulties, let's say like this, working with China last 5-6 months. Basically, we are not competitive nowadays. We cannot compete with Russian oil, most of all in China. And if you're asking me how it will it change? I think we will be more competitive next week, basically because of higher production of sunseeds in Ukraine, as a result, lower cost of production of sunseed oil. But the question is how Russians will compete. Now, obviously, they have some advantages in terms of geographic and in terms of limitations with other destinations they have. Will we be competitive or not? The crop will show us. At this moment, I cannot say confidently that we will fight at the equal level with Russian for a Chinese market. Let's see how things turns out and how much sunseeds we harvest and how our farmers will behave. But obviously, everybody should understand that when farmers enjoy high prices, good margin, that, as you correctly said, that erodes the consumption, consumption side. So it cannot last like this forever. And I'm pretty sure that next season the situation will change, and I sincerely hope that we will be more competitive in China.
Yuri, do you see doing any business in China?
Якщо порівняти Індію і Китай,
If we compare India and China, the processing, yeah, they can be compared to India and China in some cases, but if we develop any plans to export to China, we compare it to India. So India, we plan to supply, but it may take at least two months for the payback, for accumulation of commodities, export commodities. For the it's not the proper way for the exporters and traders, I think.
I would say, on my perspective, China outlook look blur. Let's say from a Ukrainian perspective, because we had like some trade barrier where we transformed totally the market, and Russia, that used to be supplying Europe, is now supplying China in rape oil. Typically, it's the only place where they can go. So they will dump the market in China. That's pretty much a given. And same in sun oil. So basically, we are taking over these parts where they used to supply in small coaster, the Baltic region, from St. Petersburg, from Klaipeda. Ukraine is taking over the European part, and Russia is taking over the market of China, which used to be pretty much Ukrainian. On the sun complex, there is a small window for China, but it's going to be very much depending on the beans more than Russia itself. On the spread you're going to have with the bean oil, and for the meal complex, the spread you're going to have with the bean meal.
Yeah, and your point on containers is very valid, because we've already seen very small but nevertheless volumes of new crop sun oil from Ukraine trading to China at around 1080. So there is already a small window available for sunflower oil to move to China, but ironically it's in boxes and not in bulk. I'd now like to turn to soya, which I know these gentlemen are not really soya crushers, but again, it's a little bit like this idea that if there is some sort of export duty on soya beans to try and encourage crush, I see two issues that need to be addressed. And for example, is a very significant issue in Turkey, which has a very strange attitude to soybean oil. And that is, if you were to crush these large volumes of soybeans, is there the degumming capacity to actually provide a global standard specification on soybean oil, which is crude degummed soybean oil? And can that be installed relatively quickly, or is it something which they do in Turkey, which rather ironically is because they're not allowed to use it for human consumption in Turkey, what they do in a lot of cases is they have some degumming facilities that produce super degummed soybean oil, which they then blend with crude soybean oil to make crude degummed soybean oil that they then export either to Egypt or Algeria or eventually India as a part cargo with sunflower oil. But my question is to be clear on the oil, and then we'll talk about meal. But on the oil, do we see that there is eventually degumming capacity in Ukraine that could cope with a significant increase in soya crush?
Oh, basically, I cannot comment much on degumming capacities. I don't have this data, unfortunately. But what life shows us, like that the Ukrainian crushers are very versatile. You know, if there are money, we will do this, basically. If we protect our market with some kind of duty or quota, of course it will benefit crush, and crush will just start looking that way. But the question is, will be farmer happy with that? Because overall, they haven't seen such good prices for soybeans this season compared to sun seeds or rapeseeds. So in case of market protection, I'm I'm not really confident that we will keep our acreage for soybeans at least unchanged. I'm pretty sure it will go down. So this measure, I don't see actually much help from this measure at this point. But let's see. And in terms of the gammon capacity, we see a lot of Ukrainian crushers, mostly Ukrainian crushers, which are versatile in changing their equipment, finding new ways to crush, and finding non-traditional ways to achieve a good quality product, let's say like this. So,
what is non-traditional?
We can discuss after this conference. Yeah, so I believe if there are additional value can be added on Ukrainian side, it will be added. But now this market doesn't actually look really lucrative at this moment.
Yuri, do you have an opinion on degumming capacity?
If we look at soya crush for the past several months, we see that several producers switch to the production of soil, but in small quantities. In our case, we also started to export soya oil, but to accumulate big quantities, it's a difficult exercise. Why? Most of the processors send soya oil to export to European countries, Poland, Romania. There is a demand. If they accumulate and store big quantities, this is difficult. If we look at our current program, the volume 3,000-5,000 tons per month. This is difficult to accumulate now.
Facility is enough. The problem is more on the extractor and on the dehulling, which needs to have, so the meal complex needs to have more investments put in for it to become effective by having less fiber and higher protein.
Interesting. So you're saying actually that the issue is more making a relatively good quality soya meal or meal pellets rather than worrying about the oil.
Yes, and actually your point of extra degummed is very valid. I mean, we've been crushing beans and we've done extra degummed. The results were pretty good, and indeed, as you said, it ended up in some people blending it in our stead.
Okay.
So
there you go.
overall, the degumming is not the problem of the leg of beans. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And do we think that, assuming, which I hadn't thought of, which I think is a very good point about this question of quality of meal, do we think that there is, if we were to go to crushing soybeans in relatively decent quantities, would it be easy enough to find outlets for the meal in Europe or eventually in the Mediterranean?
We explored this thing a while ago, and like as a result, we face the situations that we actually see that it will be a big challenge for us, at least. But anyway, we don't have much practice in this. It's just purely theoretical from our side. But overall, the majority of production from soybeans are obviously meal, and without doing much value addition to that, like maybe focusing on some high protein content meal or some additional things, we haven't actually discovered some big outlets where we can sell meal. This is basically was one of the breaking factors in terms of going into soybean crush full blast. How to sell the meal in such quantities? This is like a big question.
Yuri, do you see outlets for meal?
Якщо
If we look at soya meal, only export. Now there is no big demand. If we speak about sunflower meal, even low protein, there is in domestic demand, and mm, most stuff we have now go to uh, production on the territory of Ukraine, and so goes for export.
Well, every commodity will find its way depending the price. I guess being in a non-mature market, which is the soybean meal from Ukraine, it will have to be discounted for a while versus other origin. That's pretty much a given, especially depending on the quality you're gonna get. But overall, it will find its way. It's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a question of price.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now, because it was such a preoccupied question, I'm going to come back a little bit on this the sun oil prices and the relative sun oil prices, because I know a lot of people asked us. So I'm going to be a little bit unfair and something which I always find a little bit annoying in panels, but because it obviously is something that everybody is increasingly I would say obsessed, but certainly interested in, is this question of the sun oil inverse. If we say that, let's say, CIF Turkey today has a value of around 1170 and new crop is probably about $100, maybe even a little bit more lower, what do we see by, let's say, the middle of or early, the end of June? What do we think that $100 could look like for people here? And the reason I'm saying that is, I personally, for what it's worth, I think that inverses will fade. And it's a very delicate issue. Inverses have actually bust more companies in agricultural commodity trading than I think any other issue, which is people get the wrong side of an inverse, for example, in Chicago on July-November beans. So it is extremely delicate, because if there are people who do not have the goods, they have to buy it. But if everybody realizes, or the farmer realizes, that he's got a $100 problem coming at him fairly fast, eventually he panics. So I'm afraid to say I'm going to ask everybody to give a view on what they think this, let's call it $100, $110 inverse will look like in 30 days.
I think that basically this inverse, just my opinion, it should be more or less at the same levels, or maybe it will be decreased. It will decrease like by maybe $10, $20. But with this higher production, which is expected at this moment for sun seeds, and consequently higher production of oil, I don't think actually that it will fade away completely, as you said. So I believe that inverse will be there, and maybe it will be shortened a bit, but I don't think it will be equalized completely in 30 days.
Very conservative.
Well, I wouldn't make any hasty conclusions yet, because we see this marketing season when the fluctuations in sun oil was happening every day, pretty much. So I wouldn't be putting the cart before the horse in here yet.
Two main questions are, one, what will do the farmer or the supply in the next coming 30 days? And what will do the buyers, the traders, in the next 30 days? If I had to put a coin somewhere, and let's say, if the farmers start to sell more than they do, or slightly more than they do, the price will collapse, the inverse will disappear. And it might also happen in a case where we have an early crop, especially in the south, Bulgaria, Romania, or south of Ukraine. It might change the structure in the market in favor of the new crop and not the old crop. Now it's clear that some traders have taken quite a lot of position over the August, September, and as you rightly said, they might get squeezed. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's always, we've seen this many years in the rapeseed, people who've shorted rapeseed July harvest slot. Every 2 or 3 years they get caught by rain and delays, and I think, yes, it'll hinge on that point. The final question, because I'm going to try and get to a point where we actually ask the audience if they have any questions, because I don't think anybody's managed to achieve that really yet. But my final point is, if we look back at good sunseed crops in the Black Sea in years gone by, last year obviously not an example, and obviously there is a horrific distortion in this market because of Russian export duty on products and the vagaries of the ruble. But in years of good sunseed production, we have seen sun oil go to some very heavy discounts, and exactly as I was talking, India, for an example, being a very big absorber of discounted sun oil. But we've seen times when sun oil has gone to very significant discounts to soybean oil and palm oil. Now, very often that has been in cases where there has been a rally in the prices and farmers in the Black Sea have said thank you very much and heavily discounted the price of seed because they're actually getting relatively good prices. Do we see, if we're saying that prices, let's say around the $1,000 sun oil that we see in the new crop, do we think that there could be a scenario where farmers sell the seed fast enough to make sure that, or to allow that sun oil goes to a heavy discount to the competing oils?
I don't think that we will see such scenario, even if we will hit like 15 or even 15.5 million tons mark for the next season. Why is it? Because this season, obviously the crop was not the best, yeah? But we've seen quite a heavy and coordinated response from the farmers and reaction on the prices. I think they got more proficient in understanding when to sell, what is the situation within crushers, and how it affects the economy. So I'm pretty sure that they will utilize this new knowledge and experience they gathered this season, and we will not see any more kind of panic sellings in October during the harvest time, and so-called harvest push, which we get used to in previous decades. I think that this is basically the thing of the past. Farmers are much more competent, much smarter now, and they don't sell sporadically like my neighbor said and I'm selling cascading.
Very valid point. Yeah, harvest pressure is something that is history. Yuri, do you think any chance of a discount on sun oil?
I also believe that it will be pretty much like it was last season, but still, who are oil traders? 70% are those who make processed goods who do not produce the flowers themselves, but those who grow sunflowers and process it. They can look into some futures, forwards, etc. There's a demand, maybe 10% of supplies we have. Look at the supply that was in September, October, but it's not a global thing. And if we were to look at sunflower, this season I didn't see sunflower export pretty much. There was not a lot of demand. Everything went through crush. So we will hope that there will be oil, there will be sunflowers, and everything will be all right.
fair point. It's true that as a crusher today, we are very much dependent on the speed of selling of the farmer, and it's actually influenced a lot the price at origin. Now, destination can be squeezed on the short term, but on the long term it cannot. So I would say that if we look at the numbers that Mr. Mielke gave on the previous discussion, the complex of sun is big, and the sun has been in premium for over a year, and for high premium, $150 over the other oil. So I guess consumption already moved a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised, yes, that sun is in discount next year. Doesn't mean that the farmer will not make money or the crusher will not. It's totally unrelated. It's just in terms of supply, it looked like we have a lot of sun oil, yes.
Yeah, the speed of oil coming to the market. As we've got a few minutes left, does anybody have a question? Because I've been asked lots of questions in the street, and there's a gentleman already with his hand up. Have we got a microphone for the guy here in the middle? Hello, hello. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you for the panel. Very useful, a lot of info and inputs. Jonathan, question mostly to you. Yes, and returning back to the question about China, yes, and China demand. We all know that China is hiding the SMDs and also trying to keep a poker face even when they need to buy. From your side, what do you think? Should or can China to appear as a buyer at the end of still this season for the sun oil? What do you think? Thank you.
Very good question, because it is extremely difficult to see. There are nevertheless Chinese futures markets that are a reflection of the domestic price of oil in China, and I do not believe they are manipulated. I 100% agree that Chinese statistics, Chinese GDP reports, etc., are extremely questionable. But there is nevertheless the price, and exactly as I think Shamil said earlier, there is a huge volume of oil and other products moving out of Russia east by train into China. And we, for example, I give a strange anecdote on linseeds, of which I am a reasonably big player in the linseed market. The Chinese linseed buyers are incredibly reticent at very low prices. And just as an indicator of, I would say, the general situation in China, prices still seem to be very depressed. And the second thing we've seen, which, oh dear, we're back to Mr. Trump, China has been buying relatively big volumes of South American, specifically Brazilian soybeans, that I think is kind of front-ending their requirements, because there will be a hole in the availabilities of soybeans from, let's call it October through January, which they may or may not have agreed to the US over what they do on the trade war. So I do think there will be a movement of soybeans out of Brazil into China, which is exaggerated, and we'll probably hear about EUDR, which is kind of the same thing that happened last year on soybeans into Europe. There is an artificial effect on the market because of a change in policy or trade war. Anybody, anything to add to the bit? Yes, Peter wants to say.
I don't think there is anything to add. Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, stock can lie, price don't. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
And I will not come back.
Any other questions? Or you're all just had enough? Well, our timing has been pretty good, so we're kind of at the end and almost on time. So I would just like to thank my three panelists for a very helpful and instructive input into what we're going to see in oilseeds in the coming 6 months to 1 year. And so thank you very much, gentlemen. I've certainly learned something, and let's hope our audience has learned something as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, guys. And of course, I welcome you all for the family portrait after your discussion. Once again, a huge round of applause for these guys. Давайте ще поаплодуємо, пані та панове. Так, робимо.
Our traditional family picture, ladies and gentlemen, our gender is more intense today. Without a break, we move forward. And the market, that was the fifth panel. We spoke about the changes, the new rules for the game. Now we move to the financial panel. And this financial panel will cover three main subjects. The perfect match for the banking and business and alternative response enforcement. The first year of the war is not about challenges, about the new opportunities. Now let's discuss how financial system responds to the current realities. Let me invite the panelists. We'll talk about the finance, which are important in our business. The moderator is Svetlana Melchenko, Chief Financial Officer from Agramina. And round of applause for the participants of the discussion. Andriy Tuluba, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Alla Binyatrin, member of the management board from OTP Bank. Andriy Marisenko, head of the corporate business department of private sector, Ukreksin Bank. Mikhaila Granchak, managing director of the investment banking department at Dragon Capital. Sergei Shepansky, chairman of the management board of Agroprosperis Bank. And Taras Pasashko, director of strategy and organization development at Vitagro. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, financial panel, restoring investments finance, where to get money for development projects now. Svetlana, I hope with your help we'll get the answer to the question. Definitely. Next hour, we're going to discuss our future, where there is investments and development in our future. The beginning of the war put the companies at shock. Everyone started to accumulate resources to survive, but 3 years after, the situation is still stable, but accepting all the challenges, we need to move forward, be mature. I see colleagues, friends, kids born and having there's a delay. The kids who were born earlier gives me a big hope that our country has a future, the business has a future, and investments of any company is like kids. So let's discuss how to give birth to those children. So the state which we rescue, the battlefields which we fund with taxes, we have the Deputy Minister of Economy, Andriy Tuluba, will share with us whether any project in the pipeline, any joint grant programs where the sector with the support from the state can find money for big projects, and which countries we can cooperate.
Thank you for this analogy. Really, the state has to keep running and keep working together with business. Well, yes, as a Deputy Minister of Economy, I'd like to start with why invest at all. The topic is grain. It seems everything is well and good, but if we were to look into the future, Ministry of Economy has presented a draft project of a new export strategy of Ukraine. And if we were to look at it, the main conclusion of that strategy and expert evaluation in internal and external, then the potential of for growth for raw resources export from Ukraine is pretty limited. Their markets are pretty much occupied with that, and we have to move to more marginal goods, working on goods with the more value added, and we have to invest for that. Because, of course, money, the issue, everyone keeps saying that the future of Ukraine, and one of the key, this is one of the key, processing of agricultural goods is one of the key sectors where investment goes. Still, this sector is and a bit in a standstill, and there was discussed that last year there was in the last discussion there was an expression about how the sunflowers aren't being exported, and they are all of them being processed, and our business is ready to go into deep processing where added value on processing the very same grain is much higher in amino acids, etc., and some other places where the EU markets are really waiting for Ukrainian goods which can replace Chinese and other Asian suppliers. So agricultural processing is the future of Ukraine, and we implore companies to invest actively into this. Maybe we will consider, look into which financial resources could be added, other initiatives to help enterprises to invest and protect their investments. So yes, the Ministry of Economy is the Ministry of practical results in numbers. So I'd like to start with the specific programs in numbers which are already in action. Well, the biggest Ministry of Economy program which I manage, in which is used by the agro sector, is 579 affordable loans, and then we know that this helped during the full-scale invasion in 2022, helped to close the needs with the defense sector, help with the sowing sector. We're now moving it towards investment goals because budget funds are limited. This program is funded with the help of International Bank anyway, so we have a clear demand that we move on to support investment goals. And if we were to look at the statistics this year, we see that even though the program is very popular among agricultural producers, but a very small part is still going to investments. If we were to look at this year, this agriculture, 3,800 producers have used the 579 program, and it's 45% from all agricultural producers who used any kind of loan programs in Ukraine. But we see that the total amount of credits issued according to all credits was about 52 billion hryvnias, and on 579 it's 23 billion hryvnias. So about 45% of all financial resources in credits and loans in Ukraine which went to the agricultural sector went through 579 specifically. 2.9 billion hryvnias of those were investment credits, and the difference is obvious. Companies mostly want to support defense needs, and investment goals are much more reduced. And if you were to look at other sectors of crediting, loan issuing, there is more of an emphasis on investment goals. So we implore agriculture to also move on and invest. And also I'd like to add that in the portfolio of 579, almost half of the portfolio is dedicated to agricultural producers. So we ask you to actively use these funds because we have also an agricultural producer support program that is 25% reduction on buying Ukrainian agricultural equipment. This is how we're trying to support the Ukrainian machine building sector and also Ukrainian agricultural producers. And if we were to look at the results of the program last year, about 4,000 units of Ukrainian equipment were procured and 3,000 agricultural producers in Ukraine utilized the program and bought 4 billion hryvnias worth. And over close to 2,000 units of equipment were procured. We see a positive trend, so we will dedicate funds to this. So please utilize this program, buy Ukrainian equipment and invest. Also, for large-scale projects, which funds there are? 579 is more about the average level of the business. So we have large programs from millions of dollars. Today we have a program, Ukraine Investment Framework, within which there is, together with the EU, there is about 9 billion euros dedicated to credits, guarantees, grants, and this program can be utilized for big projects. For large projects, if your projects are under 1 million USD or euro, you can utilize it. You can go to your bank. Almost all large banks work within this program and are ready to provide these loans. The most common is a program together with EBRD. If 1 to 5 million, then you can come directly to international development organizations. Same with 5 million and more. So you can look at at our website, Ukraine Investment Framework, that shows a clear scheme of where to come for it. And if we were to talk about agricultural producers, this is an AFC program, International Finance Corporation. This is their priority. They're ready to give 5 million euros and more on in-depth and mid-range processing in Ukraine. So the funds are there, they need to be used, and there is the question about your appetite for investments in risk. There's often a question of insurance against war-related risks, and we have started an international working group with the largest insurance companies in the world, and we have analyzed the first analysis that that insurance of war-related risk is developing. There are over 10 products in insurance from insurance companies that really do insure. The real issue now is the price. We see that these goods exist. The demand is on an average level because there is a supply of price. And so the state should also conduct some de-risking and to reduce this premium so that you could insure an investment project for 0.5% approximate, for instance, from any military or political risks. Also from other tools that work, I'd like to add that we have an export credit agency which first of all is ready to credit or rather insure export contracts covering all of the risks of possible non-payment, which is relevant for supplying to such countries as in Africa, because we had a case, an insurance case, when there was a supply to Nigeria. The receiver didn't pay for the goods received, and the insurance agency has fully covered the losses. So yes, it works. Also, it's ready to it can cover investment risks. We're having an investment program with the largest export credit agencies of Europe, like okay, so the closest neighbors in Poland. We're trying to build a system of maximum support from the finance point of view, from the export and investment capacities point of view. We understand that the state has limited resources for all of this, so we are involving international partners as much as possible, and we hope that this is temporary until the market starts working. So the state shouldn't be warping the market. We hope that the interest will drop, and you will be able to receive 20% loans with a normal interest and rate. And we also on the state level want to conduct de-risking, especially this is an issue on frontline regions because market doesn't work. They're mostly loans are issued in by state banks. It's a shut bank mostly. We see 49% of loans are issued on frontline territories, and also insurance companies there are insuring mostly if it's so over 100 kilometers from the front line. We think that's wrong, and we're working with on the market to close this need in frontline territories, because it's clear if we lose these territories, lose production, lose the agricultural sector in these regions, then this line this line will move west, more west, and we will further to the west, and we're gonna slowly lose the country. And in public procurement, there is the need of there is a demand for localization is 25% at the moment. So if you want to take part, then 25% has to be there should be an Ukrainian part in the good. And we've analyzed different groups of goods, and we were surprised to see that if we are talking about Ukrainian grain, then in most cases it wouldn't be able to be in alignment with this requirement for localization. Most of the value of product value of the grain, it's from abroad, because the seeds, the fuel, the equipment, etc., almost all of it, it's from abroad, and for our country to be self-sufficient and stable, that's an issue. So we implore this is your neighboring market, which you can look and invest. So replacing all of this imported part is a large direction of work. So look where can be invested, close import, and think about this, because we're working for you and we want Ukrainian business to develop and grow. Thank you very much for such a very pointed presentation information. The market has noticed the numbers. It's important that you that you're working on solving the insurance. Roland, 0.5% from for a new project. For new projects won't be built without insurance. I am very glad to hear that about frontline regions, because I am from Kharkiv. I'm glad to hear that. I agree that we have a map of Ukraine. We had already 20% bitten off from us, and we should not let them have the rest. To hand it over to Russia economically, and as such, these regions have to be supported. Another question which the market asks some companies in Ukraine recovery, Ukraine rebuild, and we don't quite see a lot of agricultural sector representatives. They didn't think that they're active sector, and then my friends from the audience told me that we're not being called there. Why and how we can end up there?
Everyone is invited, no problem. Trying to have representation of all the sectors. Ukraine Recovery Conference will be in July. Until mid-May, the registration was opened and all the companies could apply, and then the special commission, not only Ministry of Economy, but different selecting representation of different sectors. Agriculture is there. I don't remember the names of, and we're looking at a specific project. if you want to participate in the conference like this, if you have a deal, have you have a project to be presented, the Italians insisted that 1/3 of Italian, 1/3 of Ukrainian companies be there, international, at least 1/3 of. Okay. So if you have a deal with either international or Italian company, that will be an advantage. Any deliverables you can sign, so that would be a big plus. If you want to participate, should do advanced planning, share with us, forward to the Ministry of Economy, and immediately would be on the top of the companies to be invited and to look for the quotas of participation. This is a practical life hack, how it works. Roadmap. Yeah, this is how it works, how it's done in real. Be active, be specific. No one is just interested in tourism. If there's any specific, there's always a big block. Okay, we got the answer. So we go to the investment field now. Mikhailo, Dragon Capital. You're kind of lighter in the sea. So all the vessels coming in. What's happening there at the investment field? I have some slides. Let's have a helicopter view. Well, panel is engaging the why do we need finance for the development? I think there are two avenues for any business, either development or you need to sell your business. Unfortunately, easy to sell. In real life, it's not the way it goes. And many companies choose the third avenue. They're not developing and they're not they don't sell them, and this is a bad avenue for the capitalization of business. How to sell? On this slide, you can see the volume of the market, the deals in X sector for several years, and an assessment. Last year, 200 million roughly, the volume of the market. The cost of the assets, we change the awareness. This is very little. 2 months ago, we came a deal. Ukron was bought by Kyivstar. One deal for a mid-sized company, 3/4 of the whole market in X sector. The X sector is 5 times bigger than IT and telecom sector. That should be vice versa. Why it's happening that way? I think the majority may say, yeah, the country is at war, there are no investors, no buyers, but there's a paradox. Investors out there, buyers out there are no sellers. If we look at the deals, on some of the deals for one asset could be 5 buyers. If we look at the right bank, Western region, very few sellers. And the deals which are happening at the market, those 200 million, not cheap deals, no one sold for cheap. The assets paid serious money. Everyone was happy. The buyers got good, and the seller got good money for good asset. So the case is there is some psychological barrier for the business owners. Oh, we're not stupid to sell during the war. We'll keep this asset. We'll try to do something with it. And if, for God's sake, engaged investments, I'll do a test. If I'm a business owner who have access to finance, and may impact the owner. I'll ask several questions. Number one, what kind of dividends the owner gets in average? The dividends which are not pulling out of business, but keeping the value. Just how much is coming to our pocket? Second question, how much it may cost today? And let's compare the cost and divide annual revenues. How many years? So you have an alternative to sell it today or get the dividends several years in a row. 6, 7 years. 6, 7 years at the turbulent market in Ukraine. But if then we see the business for more than 10 years, and they think, no, we're not going to sell, we're going to make this money, maybe the war will be over and sell more expensive. If not, we'll keep it. But this is an aggressive projections. We don't know what will happen in 6 or 10 years. One more question, whether your business can secure the profit 20, 30% in US dollars. Nova Posta, Aurora, Monobank. But these are the few cases at the market. If someone comes to the Monobank and offer $1 million, no, they don't want to sell. They continue to grow. They maybe in the future will sell this business. Just some cases of thinking, just whether the owner wants to be busy every day. From financial officer, I suggest you to think that way. And maybe the answer will, whether to sell or not could be different. You know the name of our panel. Yes. We've got an input from the investment company. Whether the business is going to sell or invest. Currently, the business is investing. We, for the past 4 years, invested a lot. We've implemented 4 big projects. Their success is good and we're happy. We would like to continue our growth, but to connect with the previous speakers, we as business move in the direction which been already mentioned here. For example, in 23, we opened the facility and the production of the agrochemicals. So the role of Ukrainian production of final products production. We entered a very ambitious case with biomethane, and it's an important case. Is how the business is ready to change the rules of the game. So when we entered this biomethane niche, so the regulation did not allow us to be successfully from the commercial perspective, but the situation is changing slowly. This segment is important for Europe from green perspective. Impact on the environment. This is the sector which definitely is interesting. We invested in the ethanol. We continued processing and it's export oriented. So we participated in European market and can move to other countries other than EU. Plus, we developed our area of oil refinery. This sector is very competitive, but anyway, we is understanding that it's important for us to move into processing, food processing. We developed this area and we continue moving that way. You're not going to sell. This is my feeling. No. We're going to develop ourselves. We want to continue the growth. Where did you take the money for all these projects? Sorry for my straightforward question. Basically, Ukrainian ag sector invests their own money. For several reasons, probably one of the important cases considering the financial program. This is a long process, much longer than the opportunity to develop independently. And this is the market is very much competitive, and one should understand that when we say that 2-3 years ago, if we look at the turbulence, at current turbulence at the market, we understand that 2-3 years, half a year, may be a very serious impact on the situation. The pace the project develops and the ability to engage finance, how quick one can engage the funding, and probably the lines not that many lines. No one is standing in line to get invested. You say that there are lines. That depends. That depends from the expectations. If your expectations are high, you are outside of the market. It's difficult to put everyone in line. It was an interesting question, which brings us to the bankers block. I have some question to the bankers now. Why? What kind of investments finance you have? Let's start with OTP Bank without. Whether you give the money for the long-term project, what is your strategy now? Thank you for your question. The development strategy is a part of the investment finance and the growth of the loan portfolio and the share of the market of OTP Bank. We never ever closed investments finance from the beginning, where now we're increasing it. If we look at this finance structure, 30% from the total portfolio goes for the investment finance. I cannot say that this share lower than before the war, before the crisis. That's my the same level. The problem is that the penetration with loans in Ukraine, whether the business invests, yes, it does, but not everyone invests. Not every businessman invests. It's not just our wish that we do want to finance, but where there's a need, let me put it that way, the customer decided, some of them decided to wait till the war is over, and those who are more aggressive, if we invest now and we develop now, when everything is over and everyone comes, we'll be 30 years ahead. But
such clients are few, unfortunately, and it looks like we're doing a lot. We're emphasizing investment funding as well. What's the demand? It's logistics, it's storage, It's processing, deep processing. We are investing a lot in agricultural equipment, and as banks, you can see our leasing group representatives, and we funded over 5 billion hryvnias only into agricultural equipment. Energy projects like energy efficiency and survival, because, well, this is a question as well. Survival of businesses is not just in saving. And projects related in investment in land procurement and in the SME business, this is a growing trend, because last year these were pointed agreements, just a couple of them, but now you can see that in Agrofabrica, our flagship business, there are agreements every week. They are not very big, but they exist, and this is very good. And the question is how to raise this bar of penetration of credits into the economy, because in 2024 it was 14-15%. If compared to our neighbors in Poland, in Hungary, in Slovakia, it's 40%. Central Europe, it's 60% and more. And the question here isn't just in the investment funding, but the issue is how to raise this level of credit, filling credits, and well, we're all thinking about the war, of course, but this factor we're trying to put this factor a bit aside, but it's all related. When you're in a state of war, you will have macroeconomic problems. You'll have a problem with human resources. You'll have a problem with the currency stability. People are afraid of investing their own money. Insurance, we've also mentioned insurance. To fund something large, you have to be sure that if something gets bombed, then it will be insured. There are no amounts of that. Speaking of large programs, we're working a lot about this, but for there to be an agreement for $30 million or more, 70 million under 100 million, what we had before the war, is not something we can observe. And the biggest agreement we had 5 months ago, it was $50 million, and we could count those on fingers. The rest is very small. So this there should be a set of measures implemented so that this swinging stop, slow down, so that we could move away from this constant turbulence in the Ukrainian market. Many years, we have a crisis every 5 years. If it's whether it's political, economical, now there's a war, and it's hard in this situation. We're only managed to gain momentum, and in 5 years something happens to stop it. So this roadmap of raising this level of crediting depends on a lot of factors, not just the banks. Banks are an important part of the picture, but not just the banks. There should be economic stability as well. We are counting on Western investments, a lot on Western funds. There are a lot of them, and not just Facility Ukraine, but other investment funds who are now considering opportunities, polling the banks, what should be done for a program to be well targeted. And I had a meeting with a well-known Polish businessman who was telling that the Polish are preparing a lot, and there is a program which will allow Polish companies to enter with 2% of interest if they invest into Ukraine. So everyone is ready, is on the starting line, and we hope that all of these factors will work together with the insurance, with the international funds. And this is also important for the interest rate, because it is high anyway. And what we were saying last year in Graine Ukraine, if we're expecting that this year the interest will be pretty much the same, but it went up 5%. So funding in local currency remains expensive. So these grant programs are certainly necessary, And in regards to small and medium enterprise, 579 program is very helpful here, and 20% of portfolio is 579 program, and we invite everyone to use it, because for agricultural producers this is 7% for funding, land funding. So yes, it's important. It's lazy to remember. Well, this is interesting, because if the owner who doesn't want to go to Mikhailo decided that, all right, he will be here in Ukraine for a very long time, will be gripping his hand in his land with his claws, then he can come to you, and 7%, 7 years to buy land in hryvnia, which is important to mention. Well, we can do this in other currencies. It might be cheaper in other, if there's export income, then we can also do it cheaper. Well, if inflation is 13%, yes, then on this credit you are in a plus at the moment. So 13% inflation, 7% 7% interest rate, buy land before Polish companies enter with their 2% rates. Thank you, Allah. And all right, the State Bank, Ukreksim Bank, State Bank, Mr. Andriy, why does the business whine about the terms, the time frame of application review? Svetlana, I'd like to answer your comparison to childbirth was very resonated, and I'm a father of 3, and I've also seen births of investment projects. The feeling is rather similar, I can confirm. And when there's a new child or a new business, the understanding of what you can do, what you should do for the child to be born, to grow up into a successful adult. And to continue this analogy, the state system and us as a state bank, especially as a state bank, we have an institutional mandate to support development projects. And this is our main goal of our investment projects, to support this. And what has been done and we want to do in this regard, I hear a lot of questions. What about the classical project funding? It's on the way. It's a bit of kind of like a homework to create this kind of project. But right now, without waiting for creating something of this kind of classical nature, we're already utilizing it in structuring our agreement, starting with simple things like terms until under 7 years. It's very simple. Then you can continue it up to 10 years. This is a simple issue. Then the grace period of there is a grace period not to return the body of the loan. This is an additional strength. And if there is a factory being built, you need to buy equipment. We can just take the property rights to provide this equipment as a guarantee of the loan. And there is a certain export part, and businesses can work in this sector even with loans in other currencies. The rates are much more attractive than foreign funding even, and not even comparing with from the point of view of simplicity of loans and the bureaucracy. If we were to compare banks and international financing institutions, it's way simpler in the banks. This is about investment projects. Then the banks have a simple goal: to be effective. And to answer this question, especially, it's a challenge for state banks. National banks, it's clear to understand that state enterprises, state companies can sometimes be more inflexible than private ones, which is the objective truth. And same with private banks, and we have did a lot to simplify the procedures for the business to be able to get the loans without waiting for 3 or 4 months, because this is a negative selection only for those who will be waiting. So this KPI we've achieved on 80% of our credit decisions. We can do this within 22 work days. So these are large corporate clients. So changes for the last 6 months is threefold. We had a conference recently in Lviv last Wednesday, and with one of the businesses, it was 150 million hryvnias, and a relatively small sum. It's a new client for us, and we made a decision on it yesterday. The agreements will be signed today, so it was 6 work days. So we are fulfilling the goal of efficiency, of readiness to invest in long-term projects. What else can be said on investments? What we're doing, which is necessary, it's readiness for syndicated decisions, to organize syndicates. We have the expertise and the experience. We can do this. We're ready to do this. This is for larger projects, of course, because there are projects which no Ukrainian bank, including also state banks, will be able to weather. And we're working on this as well. If you have any kind of needs, we can discuss that. Sounds wonderful, sounds very optimistic. A threefold decrease in time frames is wonderful. I will come and check. Please do. All right. And we have this feeling that Ukrainian agricultural sector is a lot of agricultural holdings, large companies, but truly 85% of Ukrainian land is progressive companies which are actively developing and growing under 5,000 hectares. And these smaller companies are stepping on the toes of a larger company because they're quick, mobile, agile, make decisions and change faster. And the question is to Serhiy from Agro-Prosperous Bank. This is your focus on, you concentrate on such companies specifically, and what can you provide to them? I would like to add that they are stepping on the toes of large players also, because we are supporting them in that. And we are giving decisions a bit faster. I won't be comparing myself to my colleagues, but a bit faster. As a banker, I would like to say, dear colleagues, that when we are looking at the issue of this discussion, where to find the money, the answer is obvious. All of the agricultural portfolio of the banks, 150 billion hryvnias. If we were to look at the portfolio for of the OVGP certificates, it's 2 times it's enough to credit everyone twice, and then run after them and fund and credit them again. So there's a lot of funds, a lot of money. Also, there are a lot of money in the banking system, but these are clients' money, it's not the bank's money. So the clients have a lot of money, the agricultural clients have a lot of money, and there is now a question of risk appetite within the clients themselves. This is to what Allah said previously. We mostly had clients, banks, and everyone asked the state, "Thank you, state. Please do not help us. We will manage ourselves." Now there's a third player which is very important, which is the state. And when we are looking at this trio, we have to understand that everything starts with the business, with the clients anyway, who need to want to and to see the benefits of it, because this is still about money, which means that if there is an investment project of any sort, they can be split into investment projects, investment funding rather, which is like buying a harvester, buying the land, etc., where there is a project by a business, a bank can take a look and see, all right, it's clear. It's going to make its money in 3 years, no questions there. This is our specialty. We're working with small clients. We do not encounter the larger challenges, and we don't see the issue of that kind here, because the 579 program, it reduces the cost for farmers, and the banks have enough liquidity to fund this.
When speaking about big projects, big tickets, so the customers see the light. They're more optimistic. They know that we will do that. Everyone will be happy with different commodities. The banks give someone else money which should be returned. Fortunately, we are not lending our own money. We lend with someone else money. We need to return. No discussion about that. No one probably heard that the customer said, oh, well, the problem with the project, we need to change the timing, the repayment terms. No one heard that the bank comes to the depositors. Oh, well, there is a problem. We'll pay interest on your deposit later. When the customer can see only positive, the banks are looking at the nuances. Whom are we going to sell? Who would be kicked out from the market? They're considering competition. So when someone comes with the project, when everything is super, the banks at 30%. That becomes worse. As soon as it becomes risky, there is a challenge for the bank to fund. On one hand, we live in this country and we understand that we want to live here. We want our country to be the leader, another to localize our production, to create with the goods with value, and we have the money, we have the people who want to do that. We have the money, but we don't have the opportunity because of the regulation, because it's someone else's money, because the banks have tough requirements on the capital. If there's a risk of non-repayment, may give 100 million. Okay, the rate, FX rate 5%, or 10 million, 500 we earn. But if anything happens with this small, 10 million is lost. Just imagine how many projects we fund, but it's not startup. The risks are higher. And I think the main role belongs to the state, because the bank shareholders may do have a choice, but the banks, we do want to lend, but we are limited. The customers also, but they have a choice. But Ukraine, the state don't have a choice here, and should do key step to have this match between the supply and demand. There's a wish, there's opportunities, there's money under the wish, but there's a fear. The fear can be closed, having a guaranteed fund, state guaranteed fund, because the government has some liquidities and money. It's not just big money, there's a guaranteed fund. I'm speaking about the project on the national level. I speak about the asset production. There's a competition on the international level, and the state should interfere to make this loan cheaper, to support the lenders and the customer, that this project anyway would be paid to the creditor. And we may have hundreds of projects like this. Maybe one or two will fail and the government will close, but 97 would be implemented because there's money and people who want to implement it are there. There might be mismatch on the risk assessment, but if there's a guarantee fund, like someone gives starting with bond certificates. Of course, there might be different nuances, but this is the insurance from total. All the banks are ready to lend on long term. But under current circumstances, that should be insurance, because the banks are interested to get the money back because they have depositors. Got the message? Andrei, your comment? I would like to compliment the previous panelist. My personal opinion, the government did perform this function with portfolio guarantees for the banks to compensate. Secondly, the risk-sharing programs for international financial institutions for small and medium business, they work well. For big projects, there are less options, but now we have due diligence with EBRD and finalizing individual risk-sharing projects for when EBRD assumes some risk to share the risk with the bank. I think it's more or less enough. Then there's entrepreneurship risk. Yeah, could be different funds, as Sergey mentioned, but now there are some tools available. Syndicated loans for a big bank, $100 million for a big bank. This is a serious hit on the capital of the bank, but if 5 banks issued this loan, it's not as a big hit for 5 banks. The tools are available, so there should be a consolidated approach from the banker's side. Of course, with the government, cooperation with the government, but whatever is available now, I think we may come closer to the solutions which Sergey mentioned. I would like to compliment as well how to promote lending. We had discussions specifically at the Financial Stability Council with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, and the NBU. We are for business, and the banks have high liquidity, and instead of government boards, let's lend business. But there's always a question of microfinancial stability. You see, the NBU and the Ministry of Finance say, yeah, they agree that the banks should lend more. IMF mission was recently here, and they bring that not the government should lend, but the banking sector should be engaged more. We do hope that the banks would lend more to business. Consider half of this sector state-owned banks, and then big projects, recovery project, and that's the leading role would be with state-owned banks, jointly with IFIs. I think the money will be available, but we don't have enough invest ideas. There is money. We do need good investment projects. When the partners come, could sign $1 million, $2 billion. So the money is there, but very bankable projects. So develop bankable projects, and the money will be there. Sergey, is it the answer to your question? We have a state-owned bank and a shareholder. Their vision, there is a match in their vision. So state-owned banks, now what we observe at the market, they're increasing faster. They can, the shareholder supports them. As a representative of private banking business, I have a conflict. Yeah, we tried this year, 50% we increased the loan portfolio. The shareholders are not very active. The tools which are available bring us the result which we have. If we say about the engagement, not only state-owned banks, but the insurance coverage should be higher. In that case, the government understands why they should give guarantee. They can go for it, increasing the capital, but to engage the money from the whole market, the toolkit should be expanded. But the colleagues, I support the state-owned banks now. They're great, and they perform their function. They're doing great. 579 works. We sent the message to the deputy minister, but the idea about the guarantee fund should be. Mikhaila, no one will come to you. I wouldn't be that straightforward. What else can you offer? Can we go back to my presentation, to my slides? And let's talk about other tools. Okay. We're thinking of the development. I think the tools which we haven't discussed now, this is the shareholders' capital. The problem with the debt, it should be repaid, returned, and there might be a missile and will ruin the object which you built for the borrowings. Your creditor will have issue what you should do. We should think about the shareholders' capital. We're talking about the loans from IFIs. That's not enough considering the needs of Ukraine, and that reflects what Oliver mentioned, 15 million. This is the recent plan. IFIs as EBRD, IFC, they provide $500 million roughly. 5 projects. Is a big project from well-known Kerner, Restarta. We don't have enough projects. And going back to what my previous thing, everyone is thinking in the category of debts. There are specialized institutions which provide shareholders. There might be direct investments funds, IFIs. Back in 22, Dragon Capital, we built an industrial park close to Lviv. EBRD was engaged as investor there. $25 million for 35% interest. This tool should stay. If you engage additional capital, you can engage more debt capital. The second comment about insurance, which was mentioned. Insurance works, but works slowly. I'm talking about the insurance from IFIs. For example, we engaged, and we were the first ones in the country, the foreign investment, $10 million for the poor, and insured it at the World Bank. So the World Bank MIG insurance agency, which provides insurance worldwide from political risk, like a missile, you lose the control over your asset. This is a long-term tool, so you implemented it and pay 1% annual. Together with Ukrainian partners, this tool should be allowed to be more quick in implementation. 10 million for Ukraine. This is basically nothing, peanuts. And we did at least 2 or 3 projects. We should go for a big scale for the foreign investor who comes here with the shareholders' capital could be able to ensure the political risk. Only business risk stays. They build the enterprise, the commodity is not well said, but no risk for the missile. These are my 2 remarks. Thank you.
Well, dear friends, I think we didn't quite answer, but we thought that we have a lot of space for action. If you need to sell the business, if you need to involve some international funding, then you come to Mikhailo. State banks and working with 579. 579 is transforming into an investment flow, so reducing risks 0.5%. Andriy is ready to take part in syndicates, organize them, or even rather. Our banks are also ready. Banks are also ready. Did you hear that, Taras? Ukraine requires large factories which make lysine amino acids, so the corn does not go to China and return to Europe as a processed commodity. So you heard 7x7 or want to buy land. You heard that from Allah. If you're a young active company which is stepping on the toes of all of the agricultural holdings, then you should come to Sergei. I think this should be the end of our discussion, and let us go and have lunch so that we have the strength to do the project. So, yes, you were correct, but before you go to lunch, you should make a family picture. Don't leave just yet. I have something else to say. I want you to hear that we have lunch until 14:30. You have 45 minutes. I'm sure you will have the time to eat, to rest up, and to come back. Please do, because we'll have a very important final part to our conference. Two very practical and interesting discussions about agricultural sectors integration into EU. We'll be talking about Ukrainian and European farmers, about competition models, and also on the mandatory introduction of EUDR. And I would like to remind you that on Graine Ukraine you can see the powerful Scania vehicle. This is fuel efficient because the new platform Scania Super ensures 8% of fuel saving. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've seen the truck. It's near the central entrance outside. So, and this is a great opportunity for you to learn about Scania solutions adapted to the needs of Ukrainian farmers, and you can also take a picture behind its wheel. And now let us go to lunch, and after that we will start the 7th session of Graine Ukraine.
Ну що ж, пані та панове, до кінця обідньої перерви вже менше 10 хвилин, якщо бути точним 8. Тому, будь ласка, повертайтеся потроху до основної зали, принаймні завершуйте обідні справи. О 14:30 будемо розпочинати фінальну сесію Graine Ukraine. І я нагадаю, що вона буде присвячена українському агросектору на шляху до Європейського Союзу. Тому чекаємо на всіх вас. So, ladies and gentlemen, the lunch break is coming to an end. In 8 minutes, we're gonna start the final session on the main stage. So we are waiting for all of you. Пані та панове, як ви могли помітити, ми завжди починаємо вчасно, тому і фінальну сесію теж будемо розпочинати рівно за 5 хвилин. Тому поспішіть, будь ласка, опинитися в залі до початку фінальної сесії. Ladies and gentlemen, the final session will start in 5 minutes. Всього-навсього 2 хвилини до початку фінальної сесії на головній сцені. Будь ласка, покваптеся, пані та панове, тому що ми будемо розпочинати вчасно, попри все, з вами або без вас. З вами, звісно, хотілося б більше, тому чекаємо на вас 2 хвилини і розпочинаємо. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on time, so in 2 minutes we're going to start the final session on the main stage. Just 2 minutes left. Пані та панове, 1 хвилина до початку. Будь ласка, покваптеся. 1 хвилина до початку. Ladies and gentlemen, just 1 minute left, and we're going to start the final session on our stage. Ну що ж, пані та панове, я попереджав, що ми починаємо вчасно.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've warned you that we will be starting on time despite everything. So this is your opportunity to come back to make it in time for the final session of Graine Ukraine. So please find your way here. I would like to warn you right away that the first part, that is our last session, which will have two panel discussions. So, and the first panel discussion will be in English. So if you require simultaneous interpretation equipment, please find them now. And we will be talking about models for competitive capacity for farmers in the EU and Ukraine. And Ukraine now faces military-related challenges, war-related challenges with their activity. But in a few years, they will face another set of challenges related to the agriculture moving towards membership towards the EU. And what that might look like for Ukrainian farmers, what it can bring and what has to change for EU agrarian policy to work in Ukraine, all of this will be now on the main stage of Graine Ukraine 2025.
Stage, the moderator of this panel. Please welcome Helen Fairlamp, Project Lead Agri-Hubs at World Food Programme. Your applause, please. And of course, please welcome our participants. Roman Goropets, Director of Astra Farming Enterprise. Yegor Sklarov, Chief Financial Officer of Same Agro. Ian Diggis, Managing Director of JTZE Horny Mostenice. And we will have one speaker online with us. Welcome Kit Dawson, Chair Central Plains Group and Chair Scottish Society of Crop Research. So that's it, we are ready to go. So please, Helen.
Can we see Keith? Oh, there you are. Hi, Keith. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Brilliant.
I can indeed.
So,
can you hear me?
So I'm glad you've all come back from lunch. It's my great privilege to be here, to be in Ukraine. It's also my great privilege to be on a panel with these fantastic farmers or agronomists or agribusinessmen. I think we have an amazing selection of experience, and I think it's my privilege to moderate this panel about EU accession, because I think this is going to be one of the most important themes for Ukrainian agriculture, because we are expecting a lot of farmers in Ukraine to go from frontline to EU accession in less than a decade, and that is a remarkable journey. Now, from my perspective, if anyone can do it, it's Ukrainian farmers, but it's not a simple journey. And today we're going to talk about the reality of farming in the EU, what it really means to be a farmer, what Ukrainian farmers are expecting and what they would like. We're going to talk about lessons learned from other countries, including from my homeland, who decided they didn't want to be in the EU. That's a lesson. And then the opportunities. I think here we're going to have a real discussion about efficiency, competitiveness, and regulation and decision making. And I think this is an amazing opportunity to take all the skills we have and turn it into something different and great. So, enough from me. I'm going to ask our representatives to introduce themselves, because I think we've got a great array of talent here. So we'll start from the furthest. Ian.
Good afternoon, and I also would like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to be here at this wonderful conference. I'm honoured to be invited. I originally come from a small farming family in Scotland, but for the last 24 years I have been managing farms in the Czech Republic. Just now we're farming on 39,000 hectares. Our principal income comes from arable, grains and oilseeds. Energy production, we have biogas stations and milk. I also have I had the opportunity to have some small insight into Ukraine, because I'm a member of a technical advisory committee for CFG. And it's been a great honor to do that since 2021, and it's provided me a great opportunity to compare and contrast agriculture with inside the European Union and in Ukraine. Thank you.
Igor?
It's happened that my family owned 2 farms, one in Sumy, 10 kilometers from the border, the other one in Kupiansky district in Kharkiv. But nevertheless, we keep going, we keep farming, and what's more important, we keep thinking about the future. That's why it's a great honor for me to be here. Thank you for having me.
Roman?
It's a huge honor for me to be in front of all of you guys. I really appreciate the time you decided to spend and to dedicate. And I believe that you will get some valuable insights out of our conversation.
And where do you farm, Roman?
I do farm in Ukraine, in Poltava region. We operate on 2,200 hectares of land, 25% of which we own, another 75% we rent. We grow basic crops like winter wheat, corn, sunflower, and others. We also focusing on vegetable production. Right now we are considering to scale this operation up, especially targeting greenhouse development. And so we also implement a lot of precision farming practices, but not only as technical features. We do collect, store, and analyze data, and we use these results to improve our decision-making process.
Brilliant. And Keith, would you like to share your experience? So apart from the fact that we were born in the same hospital. Go on.
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, good. I'm Dr. Keith Dawson. I've had 30 years experience farming in Poland and Ukraine. We set up Continental Farmers group 20 years ago with my partner, Mark Laird. And it grew from 90 hectares of potatoes to 200,000 hectares and was sold to the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. We then set up 5 years ago Central Plains Group, which is now farming 2,500 hectares, principally a potato business. We built a factory for processing potatoes into potato starch during COVID and commissioned it 2 weeks before the war. And we are now planning to develop into biodegradable polymers for packaging, which will degrade far faster than the plastics that we're currently using. So we're very much an environmentally based company, and I've worked on 6 continents in my almost 50-year agricultural career. And it's a great honor, Dobry den, Dusha Dziękuję, to join this very esteemed conference and learn from my panel members and perhaps share some insights that we have from our 20 years experience in Ukraine and also wider afield in Europe.
Thank you. So let's look at what EU policy really is today and tomorrow. So Ian, what does the Common Agricultural Policy mean for you as a farmer in the Czech Republic? And what's the real practice, the practicalities?
If you permit me a little bit of time, I'll answer that question, try to be quick in 3 ways. First, I think we have to understand what the Common Agricultural Policy is and what its goals are. Its goals are stability of food supply within the European Union. Its goals are stabilization of farm incomes, or also you could call it rural development. And thirdly, it's environmental protection. And already within that, there's contradictions between those aims and goals, which makes it a complicated policy to devise. If we then take across the European Union the difference in farming structures between a country like Czech Republic, which has the biggest average farm size in the European Union, and somewhere like Portugal or Spain, where farm size is much smaller, then you start to see the complexity of implementing any sort of common policy. And the joke goes the common agricultural policy is everything but not common. And it's employed in different ways in different countries. In the Czech Republic, what it means for us, or the tools that are used to implement that, are three things, basically. One, we have what's called a single farm or single area payment. So there's a payment that is paid just on the basis of hectares, a flat rate. Then there's a number of environmental schemes or protections or compensations for growing different types of crops, which are viewed to be more critical or more sensitive. And then thirdly, there's investment subsidy that's paid for in particular projects. So if we were to invest in a new dairy parlour, a better fertilizer spreader that had variable rate capability in order for the use of more efficient use of nitrogen, then there might be a scheme at any given time that gives us investment subsidy in order to develop and improve the way that we farm. What does that mean? It means that today on our farm we're getting about 120 euros per hectare if we average across the business. But it also means that you might be surprised to know we have to respect restrictions. The money isn't for free. It isn't just paid out, and there are restrictions and obligations in order to be able to gain those funds. And it might be a surprise to know that we can't grow any crop on a block bigger than 30 hectares. And where there's a significant risk of soil erosion, then that area is going to go down to 10 hectares in the future. I'm sure you've all heard that we've got restrictions in the amount of, or the number and the type of active ingredients that we can use. And we're restricted in certain areas of which crops that we can grow. So it's all very nice and it's great, and these schemes are well-meaning, and they have a goal, and they're thought up by some very intelligent people. But the effect for us is generally that it removes our efficiency. We're less efficient than we would be if we were making decisions purely on the basis of efficiency. So we get subsidies, but there's a cost to that on the other side. Thank you.
Can I ask just a couple of questions? So, do the subsidies make you profitable?
It's a difficult question to answer. No. In the short term, subsidies can be a boost to profitability. What happens in the longer term is that they begin to disrupt the market. So, for example, the easiest one is that the payment of subsidies will increase the value of land or the rental price. So therefore, over time, then it becomes a balancing effect. So subsidies in themselves don't make us profitable, no.
And I'm going to ask you the provocative question that I asked you earlier. So yesterday, there was a statement that European farmers are in a warm bath of subsidies. How would you react to that statement, Ian?
I also heard that.
Or is it a cold shower?
No, I would describe, I think the bath probably was warm for some time, but it's surprising how quickly it grows cold.
Okay. And that's about farming today. But we're going to ask Keith now, and what is CAP going to look like in the future? Because we've heard a lot of talk about changes, about environmental policies, farmer protests. So what will CAP look like when Ukraine enters the EU? What do you think?
Well, firstly, may I just say that whether Ukraine goes into the EU or not in the future, that the future of Ukrainian farming is a very positive one, I think. When I remortgaged my house 20 years ago to put my investment in Ukraine and told my bank manager I was building an extension, I didn't tell him that it would be in Ukraine. But the fundamentals, whether in the EU or out with the EU, for Ukraine are clear. World-class soils, a good pool of keen, hard-working employees to work the land, and in the soul of Ukraine is the soil and the land. The climate is good, so that the fundamentals will be there, whatever the future holds for Ukraine in terms of the EU. And one of the reasons that we invested 20 years ago was the competitiveness of Ukraine. It grew then the cheapest wheat in terms of cost of production per ton in the world. And it's important that Ukraine keeps the competitiveness that it currently enjoys, with or without subsidies. I think anyone who stands on any platform and tells you they know what the future of the European Common Agricultural Policy will be, you should distrust, because nobody knows. But I can give you some guidance, I think, in terms of the direction of travel. And I agree with Ian, it is anything but common. Even within the UK, we have different policies and different responsibilities between, for example, Scotland, where I have a home, and England. That's very much to the advantage of Scottish farmers because it's a disaster in England. So where are we going with the EU and Common Agricultural Policy? Well, I think the first thing is there will be less money, and that's clear. The farming will always be increasingly in a battle with other government funded agencies like education, social care, and also medicine. So there will be less money. It will become greener and more climate focused, and the carbon footprint of the paperwork that EU farmers currently enjoy is significant. A lot of paperwork. Bureaucrats love to embrace complexity, sometimes to the disadvantage, as Ian has said, of efficiency. But I don't believe fundamentally there needs to be any conflict between being environmentally good stewards and looking after the soil and the environment and profitable farming. It depends on how Ukraine fashions the policy. My father was an engineer and a very good carpenter, very good woodworker. He always told me something I've never forgotten: measure twice and cut once. And it's very important that that advice is followed by ministers of agriculture and governments and farmers in developing their own aspects of any EU farm policy within Ukraine. You need to get it right first time, and you need to get it right early, because it's much more difficult to change it later on. So greener and more climate-focused policies, stronger environmental regulations, reduced emissions. The second area is an increased use of digital and precision agriculture. And I think Ukraine is in a good position because they have adopted technology. One of the things that we did when we came here in 2004, 2005, we helped develop a lot of new technology. Most notably, we introduced drones into farming in Ukraine about 12 years ago. And there is a classic example of transferable technology, if ever there was one. So there will be greater use of AI and payments for investment in it, robotics, satellite technology, and also drones for use in agriculture. There will be a small farming subsidy because inclusivity is very important to the EU, and any policy needs to safeguard the interests of smaller farmers who may need to band together in cooperatives and other arrangements. For example, Central Plains Group, we are currently bringing together potato growers in our regions in the west of Ukraine in a cooperation with ourselves in terms of supplying a factory. There will be increased emphasis on resilience and food security, and also, very importantly for Ukraine, soil health. The fundamental thing is, without good soil, we have nothing. So soil will be important, water efficiency will be important, and so will crop diversity, as Ian has already mentioned. There will also be developments in terms of supply chain and strategic autonomy, and a shift towards smaller and regenerative farms. Although I don't necessarily think there's any conflict there. We developed Europe's largest regenerative farm, which, as I say, ended up at 200,000 hectares. And the principles there, like minimum tillage and using as little as possible but as much as is needed, and using crop rotations are already well placed in Ukraine. Ukraine is in a much better position to enter the EU than Poland was when it entered. There will be a lot more data-driven and blockchain and traceability payments made and developed for that, and more emphasis on adaptation to climate extremes, adaptation and mitigation, and global trade and ethical standards. So there will be more paperwork. A lot more of this will be digital, and I've always seen what I've talked about as the Eastern European or Ukrainian leapfrog effect, where Ukraine can jump ahead in terms of technology without going through the steps that we have learned painfully and expensively to develop. So, for example, in our own business, we moved from horse-drawn implements to precision control satellite-driven tractors very, very quickly. So you can learn. The cheapest way to learn is to buy other people's mistakes and errors. So get it right early, try and avoid complexity, and maintain the competitiveness that Ukraine currently enjoys.
Thank you, Keith. That was a very comprehensive answer and very positive. So if we come to you two now, Yegor and Roman, what are your expectations? So does the description of the common agricultural policy today and the future described by Keith meet your expectations? Shall I start with you, Yegor, especially as you're on the front line, so you will do the front line to EU journey very, very quickly. What do you think?
Actually, yes, they do meet our expectations, because our expectations are quite realistic. Because some Ukrainian farmers are a bit naive, thinking that in Europe you do nothing, get subsidies, enjoy your life, that's it. And very nice that Ian described it's a totally different. And we realize that it's about carrot and stick, yeah, and the balance between them. So if you want to get something, you have to sacrifice. In case of Ian, it's sacrificing efficiency, and that's what we don't want. We want to maintain our vibrant, highly competitive, and highly efficient agricultural sector, what we have. And I want to add that we already switched to a more sustainable way of farming, not because some wise bureaucrat developed some beautiful program, but because the market incentives, they move us. We use precision farming, we extensively use conservation tillage like mini-till, no-till, strip-till, getting nothing in exchange, yeah? Just because we want to maintain a long-term profitability of the land we operate. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you. And Roman, what do you think?
Yeah, I already told you that you probably picked the wrong farmers because myself and Yegor, we are quite a bit skeptical about our expectations, not like many others, because many others, they are expecting probably a warm bath, but it's not warm anymore, as Jan said. So my expectations, in addition to what Yegor said, it's easier access to financial markets, to get money for our development, and also to be able to participate in trading and hedge practices in European Union as a part of it. And also, I think a very big stress will be put on rural development of Ukraine. That's what I am personally expecting, because so the distribution of population in Ukraine is only 30% living in the rural area, and majority of them, around 60-something%, are involved in agriculture. So it's a huge chunk of people working in ag. And I do expect some sort of support in development, in rural development, because a lot of this is already on our shoulders. So that's why, even though we are trying to be as efficient as we can, but also the main driver to decrease efficiency of our operations are a lot of social initiatives. And last not but least, it's more clear processes that European well-known bureaucracy can provide. So I'm speaking about efficient processes. A lot of processes should be analyzed and a lot of policies should be analyzed, and we have a very good opportunity to not blindly apply everything, but precisely analyze and implement the most efficient ones. And we will benefit out of quick custom clearances because it's very important, especially for fresh produce. Obviously, fresh produce can be like fruits and vegetables. Fresh produce can be processed internally, but as we know, younger population, more healthier initiatives, almost everyone is considering consuming the raw food, like fresh produce and stuff. So that's pretty it, to be quick.
Fantastic. So your expectations are very clear. A little bit of hard work, but you're ready.
Yeah, we are.
I think so.
We are, and what we want from our negotiating team, which will eventually lead these negotiations with European Union, for them to defend our national interests as firm as our soldiers keep the line.
Thank you. So maybe if we've started to talk about negotiations, maybe it's a good point to start talking about lessons learned from other countries, how other countries entered the EU and how they negotiated. So, we'll start with Ian. What do you think Ukrainian farmers can learn from the accession of Romania, Czech Republic, Poland? What's your view? Because there are definite lessons to learn.
I'm sure there are lessons learned. I think we have to differentiate, because even those three countries that you've mentioned are very different from each other in terms of their structure of agriculture and how they've benefited or not, or to what extent they've benefited from accession to the European Union. So I'd be slightly careful in generalizing. What I would say is, I think the European Union, the Common Agricultural Policy, struggled a lot with the change to a larger farming structure, particularly in countries like Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, where there was collectivization historically, and therefore the average farming size is larger. And in particular, it struggled with this idea of the majority of land being rented. Because if you look at a lot of Western European countries, they still have the vast majority of land is farmed by the owner. I think Austria is like 90% of land is farmed by the owner, which is very different from the structure that we have in Czech Republic and that you have here in Ukraine. And when there's any subsidy that's paid, any funds that are provided, and if they're not designed in the right way, then they don't end up in the right place, and they very quickly can trickle down through the farming operators, where they're designed to allow development, investment, environmental protection, and it just trickles down to the value of the land, and then makes farming on that land more expensive, and then makes it, to a certain extent, less efficient. So I think that's a big lesson, particularly that needs to be learned. I think Ukraine needs to decide what it wants. I think from what I have learned in the times that I've visited here, and even during the discussion yesterday, you have an even bigger diversity of unit size than already exists within the European Union. I think some of the holdings in Ukraine will be the biggest farms in Europe, but you also have the 10-hectare subsistence farmers. So there is a conflict of interest in there, and I think there is a big debate that has to be had between farming organizations, between politicians, prior to and in preparation for any European negotiations on what the benefits of the current structure of Ukrainian agriculture are, and what are those, what's the benefit that wants to be gained, and which things will need to be maintained. We talked before about maintaining the level of efficiency that's here already, and it needs to be understood exactly what that is before going into negotiations with the European Union. And then the last thing I would say about lessons to be learned is to be prepared. Keith mentioned earlier on that he thinks it's very difficult to predict what the future of any support or the common agricultural policy is. Not very difficult, it's impossible. But what we can say, I think, is legislation becomes more complex and the amount of funds available become less, which means that at the beginning there will be an opportunity. There will be funds available for rural development, for investment in some form or another. But over time, the rules in order to gain those will become more complex and the amounts of money available in general will become less. So both on a national level, but also on a farming level, to be prepared. These are very, very, by definition, rules that are made by a committee of people from 30 different countries are complex. And therefore is a difficult challenge in order to understand those rules and to be able to extract the benefits of any funds that are available. So for big organizations, it means having people employed within your organizations that are concentrating just on this and understand the rules. For smaller organizations, it means grouping together, it means finding agencies that can help understand those rules and gain the most benefit that's possible. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? How many people in your company are responsible for working with the policies, the subsidies, and how they need to be implemented? Because you did tell me, I think.
We have 12 full-time people that are principally employed to manage our rental contracts, but they spend 6 weeks to 2 months of their year preparing our subsidy applications by the end of May.
So it's quite a lot of work then.
It's a significant investment. But on the other hand, these are complex rules that are difficult to understand, so you need to have specialists.
Keith, what do you think? What should Ukrainian farmers take from the accession of others?
I would echo a lot of what Ian has said. I was involved in a successful farm business in Poland before the EU and into the accession, and also was a co-founder of the largest prescription crop tech business in Poland. So I have a little bit of first-hand knowledge here. Before the EU, there were a large number of small fragmented farms with limited use of modern technology. I think already there, Ukraine has an advantage. And I think the opportunities for Ukraine are great. So are some of the challenges, as Ian has alluded to. After EU accession in 2004, subsidies boosted incomes and then went into rents and land values. And that was, to be honest, one of the reasons why we looked to Ukraine to expand, because it was becoming too difficult in Poland because of lack of land availability and the expense of land. And we found the west of Ukraine as a very hospitable home, and we've been honoured to be guests there for the last 20 years. So subsidies boosted incomes and rents and land values, as Ian has said. There were massive investments in modernisation, whether that was machinery, logistics, stores, or technology. Again, I think Ukraine is further ahead in that respect. And particularly say, for example, if you look at the west of Ukraine, then it was 20 years ago the land was not being farmed, and there were a lot of abandoned, ruined farm steadings and grain operations. The thing is dramatically improved now. With Poland, there was also then, after the EU accession, a dramatic increase in exports. because of easier exports. And I think, as Roman said, the ease of exports, particularly biosecurity and phytosanitary rules, will be very helpful. But they need to be moulded, and there will be limitations initially on this, because there will be lobbyists, for example, in Poland, who do not want a flood of cheaper Ukraine imports, and we've already seen that in microcosm during the war. So the small farms struggled initially, then they amalgamated or formed co-ops. So what are the lessons? Well, it needs strong institutional support, and I loved what was said about fighting as hard for the farmers as the guys on the front line, which is absolutely legendary now.
Oh no. Oh, well done, you're back. Keith, we've lost you for a minute. Hold on.
We want to avoid the law of unintended consequences with regulations.
Keith, we lost you there a little bit. We lost you on the front line. So do you want to go back and repeat your last couple of minutes?
Okay. Yes, sorry about that. Yeah,
it's all right.
Obviously, the troops are legendary in Ukraine, but the Third Army in Ukraine is farmers, and all health experts are agreed that you're more at risk if you don't eat than if you do eat. So there's got to be a focus on competitiveness and adding value and avoiding the mistakes of others. And I think by looking and analysing what's gone wrong elsewhere, then the government can fight hard for Ukrainian farmers and maintain those inherent advantages that they have in terms of climate and soils, and develop clear rural development strategies. We have seen in West Ukraine how
Right, we'll come back to Keith in a minute. We'll let him come back. Ah, there you are, Keith. No. Keith, we're struggling to hear you, so we're going to move on and come back. Are you there?
Yeah, okay.
But I will let you say a bit about Brexit. Maybe we can get Brexit without you freezing. Yes. So there's another way of looking at the EU. There's people who join the EU and there's people who leave. So there are three of us here who are from countries who decided to go the other way. So, Keith Rosen again. The key question is, you're joining and the UK left, and what Brexit meant for UK farmers. So while we're waiting for Keith, I'll say a little bit, but just a little bit. So the UK left the EU and actually then went further than the EU. So in the UK now, we have a policy called public money for public good, and subsidies are focused very much on environmental farming and environmental measures. And it is becoming a very different way of farming, which might be something that's coming your way, and farmers have had to adapt. And it is a journey, and it's a complex journey. Let's move on, and then we'll come back to Keith. So, I've got one question though, Ian, just for a second. So, were there any mistakes that you saw made when people joined the EU? Things that are definite no-nos? Anything that you would point out to the Ukrainians? It's a bit on the spot, sorry.
It's fine. From a personal point of view, purely personal point of view, and this is probably shaded by my experience because we're the second largest farming business in the Czech Republic. But Czech Republic has, as I said before, the largest average farm size within the current European Union. It has simultaneously got the biggest level of redistribution, meaning that there's double the subsidy paid on the first 150 hectares as are paid on any hectare after that, which is a policy designed, obviously, to support the smallest farmers. But in a country that has the biggest average farm size, I would argue that that's a mistake, and it's counterproductive to supporting the current benefits and the opportunities of scale in Czech agriculture. So that's one mistake, but that I admit wholly is shaded by my own position and my own experience.
Thank you. So having heard all of that, Roman and Igor, what changes to farming practices do you think EU accession will bring? And do you see these as positive changes, opportunities? Who wants to go first? Igor?
Of course, there are a lot of changes which we will have to adopt, maybe from strict rules in terms of what agrochemicals we can use and in what quantities. For sure, it will be like a massive question, definitely. But from a narrow point of view, in terms of impact on agriculture, the potential European Union accession may have. Maybe it will not be as positive, and it will be a hard way to go. But what we expect in a broader perspective after joining the European Union are other things. We want a working legal system, we want property right protection, we want this integrated financial markets, loan rates, not 15 or 17% in local currency we pay, but the one European farmers pay. And if we get that, definitely we will be able to maintain our competitiveness even with stricter rules of how we can farm.
So you're saying that what you're expecting from EU integration or accession is a better business operating environment that will enable you to work as a farmer, and on an agricultural policy level, you're not necessarily thinking that it'll be that straightforward. Is that summarizing?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Roman, what do you think?
So I totally agree with Igor. And I think that obviously there are hundreds of challenges are going to emerge, but the most stupid way for Ukraine will be to give up everything and blindly adopt the European Union are going to offer us. So, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so what are your red lines? So to blindly give up, what are you not prepared to give up?
So let's face it that Ukraine has the huge opportunity and competitive advantage over all of the European farmers, because Ukraine is a huge player in export all over the world. Even though we are not the biggest producer, but we one of the 5 biggest exporters in many basic crops. And also, we need to maintain that competitive advantage, and we need to keep our markets, our ability to participate in world trade as a big player. So we need to speak from the perspective of well-established operations and well-established position within global players. So I think we don't need to just think about some money stuff. We need to be more strategic oriented and to try to offer and try to present what we already established and achieved, and just, to point this most efficient stuff, beginning from, let's say, minimum 7 years lease agreement on land. So it's a very big advantage for farmers, because we don't need to manage every year re-signing rental agreements. And I can keep on going with all of the good stuff we have. But one additional moment is our taxation system. So Ukrainian taxation system for agricultural participants, it's like the biggest subsidy, I think. It's easy to manage, it's clear, it's comprehensive.
So you mean the fee per hectare?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can keep on speaking, but I don't want everybody to be bored.
Okay, and Yegor, as a farmer on the front line, what are you looking for? That's specific to your region, because I think farming in Western Ukraine and farming in the Kharkiv Sumy is very different.
A bit, yeah. A bit.
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah, of course, now we are more on a survival mode, but still, I want European Union to realize that someday, hopefully, according to our dreams and aspiration, when we join, current front line will become a European Union border, and this frontier, I would say, civilizational maybe frontier, it's very important to help it to recover, because even now in many areas close to the front line, agriculture is the only employer, the only one, because some industrial assets, they relocate, but you cannot relocate your land. So we stay there, and in some places we are the only one who works there, who pays taxes. That's why huge challenges lie ahead just for us to recover on a pre-war level. And it's not just demining, it's a complex question, it's land contamination issues, it's about destroyed infrastructure, everything, and that's where we do need some help to recover, for sure. So the needs of frontline farmers are quite different, and I want everyone, in Ukrainian authorities and European Union as well, to recognize that the situation is different. Maybe the restrictions will be less severe, or somehow the program should be fine-tuned for the farmers in the front line.
Okay, thank you. Keith, we're going to come back to you because you didn't get to say something positive about Brexit.
That would take not very many seconds at all, because it's been an absolute disaster, not only for the country, but particularly for farmers. Many in England who voted for Brexit, farm incomes have deteriorated dramatically. The support payments for UK farmers have deteriorated, and something like even the cuts this year have reduced farm incomes on mixed enterprise farms by about 35 to 40%. And why would a young person come into the industry? Because I think one of the things we've not discussed today is the importance of attracting keen, passionate young people into the industry. None of us on the panel, I see that there are two young Ukrainian farmers there, but every year we get a year older, and we need to have a vibrant young workforce there, learning new skills. An exciting time to be in agriculture, particularly for Ukraine. But we need to encourage those. And in UK, why would you go back to the family farm when they've changed so many things which have reduced profitability, so that really many farmers are losing money now and only hanging on to sell the land. And tenant farmers are in even worse position because they don't have the asset to back. So Brexit, if we look at that as a flip side, the bath has not only had the plug taken out, but we've had several buckets of ice poured on top of us as well. So it's been a bad thing for farmers in UK, and therefore, by definition, it must be, if managed properly, a good thing for Ukrainian farmers if we can move in that direction, particularly in terms of more foreign direct investment, and also improved standards and quality and access to markets. I think the other point there is, as I say again, get it right early, and you'll have success. If you don't learn from the mistakes of others and have too much bureaucracy and too much money is then going into consultants rather than and land values rather than where it counts in the farm, then that will be a good thing if we can avoid that. So Brexit, in summary, disaster for UK farmers, and the freedoms that some have had. We see already the UK government moving back towards the EU, even 10 days ago with the new EU deal. And I long for the day when UK will be back in the EU together with Ukraine.
Thank you. I think that was quite an unequivocal response. Yeah. So, Keith, and I'll ask you, and I'll ask Ian. So, we'll start with Ian. So, what do you think the key benefits? If to summarise, after all this, what are the key benefits to Ukrainian farmers going into the EU?
Just after my previous answers, I think I have to clarify that I am, despite being maybe slightly negative about the effects of the Common Agricultural Policy on our farming business, I am an absolute Europhile. I think the European Union is an amazing feat of diplomacy. I think it's a wonderful organisation, and I agree strongly with Keith that Brexit was the biggest, or one of the biggest acts of self-harm in political history. So I am absolutely a supporter of the European Union, despite some of my reservations about the implementation of the Common Agricultural Policy. In terms of the benefits for Ukraine, I think the easiest way to sum it up is, what is the European Union? The European Union is the four freedoms. It's the free movement of goods, the free movement of services, the free movement of capital, and the free movement of labour. And those things, you can easily think yourselves what that brings. We've already had a discussion here from, I think it was Roman, that said the access to hedging tools. I think Johor said the access to financing. So the free movement of capital will be an obvious benefit that will come from that. The free movement of labour is an interesting one, because I think both in Ukraine and in the European Union, we're struggling for people and labour in agriculture, or certainly in some sectors of agriculture. So there's a question whether that will, in the first instance, be a benefit or even a threat. But in general, the free movement of goods, free access to the markets, free movement of capital, free movement of services can only benefit Ukrainian agriculture. The flip side of that, just to quickly go back to what we said before, is that comes with, there is a cost to that. You can't have a free open market without in some way trying to level the playing field. You can't have rules that are vastly different on two sides of that and give somebody up a competitive advantage within that. So Ukrainian agriculture needs to be prepared for that. They need to lobby for the maintenance of their current advantages, so that any rules that are employed and brought in aren't restrictive to the efficiencies and the benefits that Ukrainian agriculture has got. And farmers have to be prepared for that, because the idea that there will be accession without any sort of restriction or without any sort of regulation is not realisable. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith, what would you like to say to sum up in terms of what could be the key benefits? Give us something like a rallying cry at the end.
Well, I think the strength, there is strength together, and if we haven't learned that in the last few years, then I think that's something that we will never learn. So strength together is important, and economic strength. There will be more foreign direct investment, there's no doubt about that, and the cost of capital will go down. There are a lot of, we are currently in discussion with two European sovereign wealth funds who want to invest in Ukraine in good agricultural projects, and we intend to seize those opportunities. and I would urge all Ukrainian farmers to do that. I think there will need to be a change in land ownership practices, and that will need to be very carefully managed by the Ukrainian government. The current situation probably isn't tenable long term. And of course, taxation, as we've discussed already, maintaining that advantage for farmers as a kind of subsidy is very important. So more foreign direct investment, easier access to borders, but there will be a transition and things need to evolution rather than revolution. Yeah, it's very important. But as far as the restrictions are concerned, then you will have a slightly smaller toolbox, particularly in terms of insecticides to work with than in the past. But I echo what I said at the start, which was you can't be green if you're in the red. So the key thing is to have a profitable, sustainable farming industry with young people coming in, and that we will provide an engine for growth and exports for the whole of the EU. I'm very positive about Ukrainian farming. The fundamentals are very strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting my skin in the game for the last 20 years. I'm a great believer in Ukrainian farming and the Ukrainian people, and there will be a patriotic duty in the future to make Ukrainian farming a success, whether it's in the EU or otherwise. And I believe in the EU that there are negatives, but the positives will overwhelm that, I believe, with careful management. And farmers need to group together to lobby their politicians to make sure that their interests are preserved and that Ukrainian farming can continue strong and grow successfully, not only for Ukraine, but also for the world. Because Ukraine has a role on the world stage, as we've already talked about, in terms of feeding the world. And I'm very positive about the future.
Thank you.
I just wish I was younger to enjoy it.
We'll invest in cryogenics. It's all sorted. But I mean, I love, Keith, your phrase, you can't be green if you're in the red. Yeah, you've got to be profitable to be environmentally sound. We've got 3.5 minutes. If anyone would like to ask a question, you can ask really difficult questions. No questions? No one brave enough? I think we're done then. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Ian, Keith, Yegor, Roman.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you all for the great discussion. And of course, traditionally, I advise all of you to take this historical picture. Just stand up and that's it.
Oh, well, we should have stood in front of Keith.
Пані та панове, давайте подякуємо оплесками за прекрасну дискусію.
Round of applause for a great discussion. Hope it was useful for everyone. A round of your applauses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last panel on Graine Ukraine. I would like to remind our partners, other brokers, services for agribusiness, providing full-scale services at the global market. Ukaraxin, welcome to Scale Up Your Business with Ukaraxin. Fansan Solutions for Agriculture and Catering works in with grain, oil production, and new energy sources. OTP Bank, your reliable financial partner. Prime Grain Oil, that good product and partners. Multi-logistic terminal, logistic for your business, and the river porter leave car. Partners. Thank you for your contribution to the development of grain industry. Our final panel, from the field to the port, how the supply changing. Maybe it's a painful subject, but we should be ready. UDR, new reality for Ukrainian agri export from 2026. Every exporter to European Union could prove that the goods did not cause cuts of the forest. And how UDR would impact business, where the Ukraine needs a single land registry, how the business is adjusted. So this is something we're going to discuss at the final panel of Graine Ukraine 2025. We start the final session with your round of applause. I would like to invite the moderator for this discussion, Oksana Frason, founder and CEO for IP CERT. And the participants of the panel discussion are Dushan Fram, Operational Director, Alexander DM, Nazar from Smart Farming, Edgar Lisetsky, the Board for International Arbitration, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great company for the last hour for the last panel. Thank you, dear colleagues. It's kind of a surprise to see that many participants the last panel. Actually, interesting role to put a final comment. Last panel is really talk about being funny and sexual harassment. Oh, I tried to engage more people for the but UDR, what's that? What's it all about? And with the UDR regulation about foresting or something else. I would like to thank everyone that you stayed to listen to the last panel discussion. And I would like to start actually from Alexei. Alexei, EDM company is one of the first companies, at least on the North America, European Union, who that they are ready for UDR compliance. You were the first to start the development of the real supply chain. My question to you, from your perspective, how the rules of the game are changing. In this context, the trader becomes a logistical intermediary in quality chain. How do you feel on that stream? How Ukrainian farmer can ensure and follow the new requirements. Back in I was the youngest trader in the company in 98, but nothing changed. So I became not that very young trader. So I'm supply chain manager, not a trader. This is part of the response to your question. I think EDR, the requirements can be easily met by our country, and basically we know that we're in low risk category. How this mechanics will look like, we'll go for a softer option. So segregation is a complicated process. It may lead to the products may become more expensive, and we don't want this. And our partners, the farmers, as we know, can easily meet these requirements. Google mapping, We don't see any problems. We basically hired people for this program, and Ukraine this season we're talking about soya, for example. 40% soya was brought to European Union, and if we do want to sell the best markets, we have to meet the follow the requirement. That's it. There's not GMO. More administrative work, but it can be done. Thank you, Alexei. A side comment from the moderator. If anyone read yet the regulation, and it's about 50 pages, this is about any ton of soya can be taken to European Union if it has not been proved that the field there was no forest was cut, but there's another nuance we'll talk about at the second part of our discussion.
Mr. Alexei, you have experience as a large company which you have started in the United States. Is called Resource, which can control all of these chains, check geodata. Large holdings can manage that, I believe, but we have a lot of procurement from small and middle-sized farmers. What are they to do? How will they feel? Will there not be a market discrimination? I don't think so. We have a specialized, dedicated team which will help to do this without any additional expenditures for such a farmer. So, no, this won't be an issue for us. We have a representative of a Ukrainian of the Ukrainian agricultural sector, Mr. Andriy. You represent the company which is being also the logistics. You're building your own exporting hub. You're going to trade directly to the end consumer. And the question number one, how much of, to which degree is European supply part of your work, and how the EUDR and other sustainability requirements will change your company, influence your strategy? And speaking of EUDR, how ready are you? Thank you, Oksana. I think you are the best one. You just made the best advertising for us. Actually saying, "Oh, it's all we're great. We will be. We are preparing for it. Everything will be fine." I'll go a step further. I understood that EUDR should have been started implementing in the 1st of January 2025. This was news in just last year. We've seen an increase in demand last year for non-GMO soy from EU in October, November, and these 40% out of 6 million tons this year was a premium market. Ukrainian soy was exported a lot to Pakistan in 24-25, but all market participants understand that most likely there won't be a market for Pakistan won't be a market for Ukrainian non-GMO soy. Yes, there will be Turkey and some other container shipments to China, for instance, but mass export, because they produce 6 million tons per year, more or less. This is a significant amount which should be exported somewhere. And we should start with the first thesis that we're not competing inside of Ukraine. We are competing between origins. And we have 3 origins where we have to win this competition. First is Brazil. Second is Ukraine, and third is the local European Union supply. In regulatory requirements, they're saying they will be boosting soy production in the EU. This is a risk for us. I'm not sure that EU will be able to reach any significant amount, so we just have to win in competition with Brazil. We're doing pretty good there. I don't know if it's thanks to us or someone else, but meanwhile, Brazil has received middle-risk country, Ukraine received low-risk country status. So it's 1 point in our court, and we can congratulate ourselves for that. I didn't want to say applause, but I think I would be critical towards this comment. Of course, you can. This is a panel discussion. But what we're doing for growing soy, but yes, I understand. Thank you for this comment, but still, from the point of view of Ukrainian producer, do you believe if this could be a competitive advantage, or can we consider this complicated regulation not as a threat, not as something which can radically, which may lead to us losing competitiveness on the market, but also to look at it as a potential niche which could create added value, or some additional payment for sustainability, or EUDR payments, etc. You said the word sustainability, which is a great word, which isn't in the regulations, but I think Mr. Alexei will either correct me here, but the soy market in Ukraine is 10 years behind rapeseed market. There is a norm in ICC doesn't say that we should be avoid deforesting. So the Ukrainian market has been working with this regulation for a very, very long time. And all of the farmers, small, medium, large, have learned to work with the ICC certification of rapeseed. We are approaching a similar model with soy. I had a discussion with Jonathan before this one, who was leading a panel today or yesterday, and we have considered several problems which EUDR has with soy. First of all, we understand that software for appropriate tracking and confirmation of EUDR requirements is either non-existent or it works incorrectly. So EU and buyers, ADM, Bunge, and the whole other local buyers have to be ready in 6 or 7 months to have ready software as a matrix which would confirm all of these requirements of EUDR, from geolocation of fields and a confirmation of lack of deforestation, etc., etc., transparency. I think this is a risk. I don't think the buyers will be ready. I'd like to hear Mr. Alexei on this. Maybe colleagues will develop this fear, but this will be risk number one. Either nobody could fulfill them, or they will be just entirely formal, and everyone will approach this. But non-GMO market had a premium. It was around 100 even this year, and in rapeseed we see that if you can provide a certificate, you either don't have any demand for it, or the price depreciates $10 to $20. So most of the Ukrainian rapeseed is exported as ICC. Same situation will be soy. A part of GMO rapeseed in Ukraine reduces every year. Similar thing will be happening with soy. This is what I'm predicting today. I think we should give the floor to ADM at the moment. I'm interested in what they're going to say. Yes, I would like to get Alexei to involve Alexei in the discussion. In the second part of the panel, we will be moving more towards the technical capacities of chain tracing. But let's be honest. A farmer there is an agrarian agricultural sector. They are growing cultures to receive profits. And the first question is to Alexei. Will there be any additional payment subsidies for following EUDR if it wasn't prolonged again and it came into effect next year? Will there be any additional payments for the farmers? Should we be preparing for this? Do we believe it? Do we not believe it? What are your expectations? Well, I think that we have to let the free market which we have in Ukraine to form itself in these conditions. I think this won't be formed in a payment for EUDR compliance. It will be reflected in the price of the goods. As a colleague said, 100 premium for non-GMO soy is a pretty significant payment compared to GMO soy, which goes to Turkey and Egypt. But if we were to look at a GM policy in the US, there you have a specific policy of additional payments. Will this be transferred to Ukrainian market or will be relying on something else? I didn't hear any plans to hand out money in Ukraine. All right, thank you. Andriy, coming back to you. Let us focus on your point of view. Will there be a premium or not, or what should the farmer expect? What are you expecting in your preparations? Because on one hand, this is a European regulation. Second of all, this will be expenditures. This will be an investment into a potential market which may be there or may not be there. What do you expect? How do you plan around that? Really, the question of premiums is up for discussion, and it's always in flux. In 2023, there was no premiums, no payments, but since EUDR regulations are appearing and every day, it's unlikely that it will be prolonged again, but we'll see. We saw this increase in demand before a regulation was should have come into effect in 2024. So this demand stimulates an increase of premiums. So we see that Brazil lags behind a little bit in this race. So there will be a premium. Nobody's going to say if it's going to be $10 or $100, but a buyer in Europe will be forced to pay for these additional demands, additional requirements. This is what I think, and we understand that Europe is a premium market, but they don't have 10 to 20 tons of demand per year for non-GMO soy. It's limited, and demand depends on supply, how much non-GMO EUDR compliant soy will be provided and how much of it will be from Brazil. So market will balance itself, as Alexei has said, because if there will be more supply, premium will decrease, and this is how we formulate our selling strategy. We're concentrated in the west of Ukraine, in the western part of Ukraine. We are concentrated also on rail transport inside of Europe, and this is the competitive advantage we have, which we hope on and which we balance all the time with marginality. If marginality is better in ports, we are focusing on ports, then freights are going up there, whether now they're going down, then we're moving to western borders where we have river contracts with our colleagues in Europe. So this is our strategy, vision, and the vision and premiums on non-GMO soy. Thank you very much. I'd like to come back to Alexei. We were talking during the break about accountability and physical segregation, how this is a pretty expensive requirement. One of the most discussed issues in regards to implementing this regulation, because according to it, there should be a separated physical segregation of the product How does AGM work with it? And how are you looking at it, and how do you plan to work with this directly? Well, first of all, I believe that we should wait for which tech will be for low-risk countries, and if there will be mass balance, maybe it will be easier. But we don't know what it's going to look like. And technically, it's going to look like, well, you sign an agreement with an elevator for separated storage, same with transportation. You will put it into the agreements about no mixing. You will be undertaking guarantees from transporters that it won't be mixed, and there it goes up the chain. But you can do anything if you have the money. There's no deficit in storing capacities in Ukraine, in the presence of train cars, barges, ships, etc. If only there's will. You're very optimistic, that's good. The market will be there, it means, and we're moving on to part 2 of our discussion. We're going to talk about compliance. What I've said at the very start, to understand what this regulation is about. Is it really about deforestation and the requirement of preventing illegal deforestation, or maybe it's about something more? And here we have one parameter for compliance occur. This is compliance with local legislation, so-called legality, which is as it is written in the directive. And here I would like to give the floor to Igor.
Igor, UDR, it significantly changes the architecture of supply chain, working with the contracts, requirement which is to make it compliant is very significant. How the contractual relationship should change throughout the supply chain to comply with UDR, and what should the typical UDR clause have in the contract? I know that your company is deeply analyzing it. Your opinion about this? Thank you. We created a task force, engaged lots of extra participants. UDR procedure, I would split to 2 dimensions. Traceability case from the field to the port, and the second case, legality. It is a parallel process, a part of one regulation. I speak about legality. All the county agents from the use of the land up to any relationship with the tax and other sources should be in the legal dimension on the UDR. That means that the final operator who would export the commodities to the European Union should check this chain. Also, they would provide the declaration, due diligence statement. It's provided on EU regulation platform, and the platform has been tested already, but hasn't been launched yet, fully launched yet. So all the county agents should be verified per legality from the expert country perspective. How it would look in the contracts? Interesting question. We looked into several options. One of model was the development GT's general terms development, which should be amendments to some contracts with the capacities. On every stage, there are requirements to parts of the package, like layers, and the final operator, which brings the commodities to European Union, provides all the documents per the due diligence declaration also would like to draw your attention that UDR procedure is not just about soy itself, about any processing of soy and oil processed from soya. There's a big list of the beans. They're subject for UDR regulation. This is a complicated process. European partners delayed it for a year for a special reason. We think that there'll be simplification or another delay. We're speaking about the current status of the document and the current status quo under UDR. This is how it looks like. We have traceability and legality. Additionally, we assess the risks. We look how to ensure UDR risks. UDR is not in operation yet. In 26, we'll see how it goes. What's the level of sanctions? Just to call attention, 4% from annual turnover. The company, which is an operator, which brings the product to the European market, that's maximum threshold, could be less, depends on the circumstances, but maximum threshold 4% is a significant penalty. Let's responsibility issue. What happens per regulation? The responsibility is on the operator. On the other hand, the geodata is provided by the farmer. How to trade the silos, everything is collected by trader. The whole chain is the transfer of risk and increase of risk. From the legal perspective, how to allocate, how to split this responsibility throughout the change, and who will be finally responsible, how European partners would, how that would be treated, how it may work out. Only through the contracts, the UDR procedure, the whole responsibility is on the operator. The regulation does not diversify any zone of responsibility or anyone else. Operator is responsible for compliance, for the audit, verify everything, and if there are any violations in there is no right to bring to EU territory. If he does so, at his own risk. Again, on every stage that should be incorporated into contract, the responsibility, the zones of responsibility per contract. So it should be stipulated in the contract, but I would direct delivery and processing. I would split that because there's a different issue. Direct delivery, so too many details, we may lose half of the audience because of these complications. How the contracts would look like. The procurement simple. Soya should meet EUDR requirement. The supplier should have an understanding what they sell. But those 4% penalty depends how our implementers verification, how everything is organized. Even they should assume responsibility as well. Next question I have to Nazar. Was there IT infrastructure is ready for UNDR? The procedure changed the rules of the game. And it's not just quality of the grain, the digital passport becomes important. So with the ton of the commodity, you supply all the information, what happened to this field. Your opinion, digital infrastructure of Ukraine X sector, whether there are any solutions available already or technologically possible to ensure the collection of the information, storage of the information. We had a chat about the scope of information to be stored, where it should be stored, like during 5 years per every. Thank you, Oksana. Digitalization of X sector, I think, is ahead of every other Ukrainian economy sector. And if we talk about in our work, we follow the principle that any information, if it's digitalized, can be processed in any scope very quick and good quality. From the perspective of IT infrastructure in Ukraine, the X sector has a certain trend. First, we have this solution. Something is changing in the production and logistics and trade, and then there's a solution. From our experience, if you plant something and the market is not ready to use it, you may lose it. So we have IT infrastructure. From IT perspective, what been mentioned by colleagues can be done, but there's not one single solution for everything. We have basically 100% tracing from the field to EU warehouse. Only big players can do that, those who have experience working, and they know how to digital. But we have lots of small and medium-sized farmers. They have good players at the market who can compete with big ones, but the majority, this is the people where the awareness trading, they have their own vision, but that should be changed, especially to the small farmer. And unification of data, the data is, has impact the pace. Actually, when I think about big changes in the sector, I always have a question on the potential discrimination, access of small and medium farms for the premium markets. I think it's important to have a tool, a solution, which may have small companies to just quickly to sort it out and to meet this requirement. This is my comment. Thank you for your comments. I have one more question on geodata. There's some technical limitation from the, if we speak about the space, there no single solution from the EU Commission, no single platform where you can check for the reference. What are our opportunities? What do we have access for, what not? Some data limited access because of the war. Whether the farmer can prove that the fields, the technical proof for that the fields were not deforested. Let's speak about that Copernicus system, which potentially looks into this. This is something as well as Ukraine, and Ukraine has got access to where the other participants, like who else would have access? But there are lots of other services can get from satellites, 5-10 years data, but the quality of this data, those which are for free, they have the but if we look at the western region, the fields of measures with the forest, so the errors might be suspicious. We have rather good data on the property rights, the right to use land. We have some issues on the registry, land registries. In Ukraine, we use at least 3-dimensional system, GS, international system, which can be used in egg production, and all the equipment is using old format of the 63 and 2000. So the 5 up to 10 meters might be the error. So whatever, if we stick to the land, whether which registry we use. So to confirm by the farmer, and the tools which are available to small farmer, they can do that. Let's put it that way, like back office data, back office issues, which should be fixed in order to do quick and other issues. They wish from the small farmer side to do that. This is what colleagues mentioned on they should feel if they're transparent and open. If someone wants to buy soya from him, they would get a proper benefit. Otherwise, he would not be able to sell.
Thank you for your opinion. Let us remind our participants and listeners, I know that there's a special format for providing data. So you can't just take the data about your plot from Google Maps and give it up the chain. Yes, we have systems, we have state registers which are open, and you can take any information from there which is related to land plots. You can learn, you can receive information about any land plot and give it to your counterparts. Thing is, not all of land cadastre in Ukraine is digitized. So yes, we were talking with Igor that we have this notion of a chessboard, where a large field where 3 to 4 large companies could be sitting, but only one of them is actually working the field. So we have we'll have need of a way to prove that they have the right to work this land. But if there are no non-digitized land plots in the field, which Igor, I think, will tell about in more detail, then you'll be able to take this information and provide it. Thing is, the more participants of this chain there are, the longer it will take for this information to reach every one of them. So the further we go, the more we understand that there's a lot of open questions and not a lot of answers so far. I'd like to come back to Igor. Igor, from your point of view, well, we understand EUDR isn't just about deforestation. EUDR is not about agriculture, it's about more. It's a large part of it is legal compliance. And from your point of view, which key elements of this EUDR compliance should be in a company, these due diligence systems as they're called in the directive? What would you advise what it should look like? Yes, that's correct. The issue of compliance and legality of relations in all chains is the main message of EUGR, and it changes the format between ICC and what we have now in this part. And the EDM made a good decision, hired employees. Well, maybe in the future it will they will even be called an EUGR compliance officer. If this topic will be developed, it will work and regulation will be appropriately checked. Ukraine is lucky. We are low risk. We will be checked, well, not less than everyone else, but less than most of everyone of others. Yes, maybe not quite as often. Well, yes, that's good. If there is no regulation, if there's no changes to regulation, no simplification, it's important to make at least people in your staff, and this should be more done more for the large companies, because they're responsible for argumentation and for describing how inspection is conducted. Also, it's important to regulate internal policy, which regulate all communications on all of the parts of the chain. Thank you. We tried during this brief stretch of time to give you a general overview of what the regulation is, and since today we don't have any representatives of our profile ministry, but the issue of regulation and implementation of EU law is also the issue of state building and state regulation, state management. And I would like to ask all of you the same question, and to have a blitz round of questions and answers. What do you think? Just a moment. What role should the state be playing in supporting the sector in adapting to EUDR, and which actions or initiatives from the government, ministries, etc., could significantly help the business to adapt? Can I start? Well, what we're talking about with Nazar, state would play an important role on the very first stage is the issue of land. A normal regulation of land plot exchange, legalization of all of this process plays a key role in the first stage. The further participation of the state is important, but we'll see in 2026. Thank you. To support Igor, what I've mentioned, adding on to Igor is unifying data and ensuring transparency. Until there is transparency, all of the players in the market will be coming up with their own ideas, which will then lead to discrepancies between all of them during joint operations. Second of all, when we're talking about things which influence an entire sector of the state can't just stand aside. We have profile ministries which could be helping. We have non-profile ministries like the Ministry of Digital, which could be included into the process to create a unified platform which everyone could have access to, which could be a mediator, which could show that all of the data in this system is verified, and all of the players will have an easier time to rebuilding their processes in cooperating with each other as part of this platform. Thank you. I don't have much to add to these words. I agree. And what about the pink pony story? We made an announcement. We promised. Thank you, Alexei. Andrei, I don't have what to add to Alexei's words. Really? The role of the state should be proactive, because the market will balance itself, yeah, but market participants, small, medium, large, all of them will be arriving to the same goal through different paths. But if the state could proactively unify this, Ukraine as an origin could spend less effort to win the competition on the global market. That's it. This may sound a bit fantastical, but it's our only. Well, we are going towards the goal anyway. The question is, how much will we spend on it? How much effort and time will we spend it? And our goal is to minimize it. All right, soon they'll announce deforestation. That's a good option. We don't have much time, but I think we should conclude a bit earlier. Maybe try answering questions. I would like to ask another general question for the panel. We have gathered here as leaders in this or that part of the agricultural sector. I would like to ask you to formulate your message or advice for small and medium farmers about this regulation. What would you advise? How would you inspire them? Maybe anything like that. We need to understand how to involve not just the large players in this, because large players can provide for themselves. How can we provide for risk reduction throughout the entire chain? This segment is important for us, so please, each of you, could you please express yourself? I'd like to start the key message. Well, I wouldn't want for small players of the market and medium players perceive EUDR as an additional burden or a problem. I would like for it to be perceived as a challenge, a change in communications in regards to a global sustainable development, and these goals will be, this will be implemented globally in the world, because the world becomes more digital, and we will reach the point where we could see in the shop, in the supermarket, every stage that the product went on its way there. Our country is very digital already compared to the EU, etc. There's a good background, a good platform, a lot has been done. If we catch this wind correctly, we will outrun Brazil. Sometimes it seems to me that we either significantly underestimate small, medium farmers, or they try to push everyone into the same category. In this category, there are some very strong farmers, and now we had colleagues in the previous today on the previous panel, which rather quickly, and what is their advantage overall? Since they are not that big, if there is a proactive position of the owner or the management, they can quickly implement any kind of decision. Considering that in Ukraine there's a lot of services and opportunities which can make this client proactively transparent and digital, they can receive their added value. For everyone else who isn't quite confident enough to start, 22 and 23 has shown us that if you're not changing, someone will change faster and you're going to be eliminated from the game. This could be the next threshold. Those who aren't ready to change or don't want to do this, they will be eliminated from the game. Thank you. Alexei? Well, I just have one thing to wish. Do not deny change, prepare for them. And if you want to live in a civilized world, then you should follow its requirements. EUDR is a window of opportunities for small and medium farmers. This could be a slogan, yeah? Dear colleagues, our goal today was to show you what these regulations are about. EUDR, first of all, about observable, transparent chains, about physical segregation, about legal compliance, and only then about deforestation. And this example shows us the degree to which the European market is transforming, how ready they are to implement transparent chains. And this is just the first example, I think. In my comment as a moderator, the EU Commission considers broadening this directive. Now it covers 6 main products. Potentially corn should be added, rapeseed potentially, and after 2028 approximately. So this experience may be broadened towards our key cultures. This is my message for you, not to ignore it, not to resist change. Could you repeat that one once again? EGR is a window of opportunities. Super, thank you. Does anyone in the audience have any questions? I'm sure we were pretty in-depth. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for this final panel. Thank you for the wonderful event, and thank you for the 10th anniversary. Thank you. I understand that all of the questions will remain for the discussion after the event, and now I would like to invite you to the traditional group photo. Just one moment, don't run away. Just one minute. Let us applaud our speakers again of the final session for today and for Graine Ukraine 2025. Thank you very much for your thoughts and the optimism which I think all of you have instilled in us. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, before we say thank you goodbye, I'd like a little bit of your attention, because as usual, as we've opened it, closed it, so I would like to invite Graine Ukraine Organizational Committee. Please welcome the applause, Krysiuk, and Irina Bondarenko, the producer of Graine Ukraine.
That was 2 great, interesting days, full of interesting presentation. I hope that you got lots of new ideas, lots of new meetings. Probably the people whom you haven't seen for a long time, probably the people who you saw last week, but were able to talk during this event. They were great panels. I'd like to thank you all. You were great speakers. We are open to your proposal. We welcome your proposal. Interesting to be discussed. Maybe new formats. We're ready to consider. There's 1 year to get ready for the 11th conference. Probably you thought that our wife made that a kind of a queue parlor, so there were no ears. So the Ukrainian actor is there. Glory to Ukraine. There's an interesting statement. Let's grow together. See you at Graine Ukraine next year. Graine Ukraine 2026 is starting to get ready. In 2026, we'll see ourselves in our great agenda. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this Graine Ukraine Day Jubilee. But the agenda is over, but you are welcome to stay and chat. Don't forget to leave the headsets, and don't forget your documents at the reception. You are welcome to share your impression of Viber group. Those who missed your Graine Ukraine at 2026 will be there. See you in a year. Glory to Ukraine!